What up, y'all? How's everyone doing today?
Yo, yo.
Yo.
What's up?
Woo!
What up?
What up? So, VGT Live is a space for discussing morality, critiquing the enemies of natural law, and supporting its proponents. Always encouraging them, our friends, and ourselves to do less through continued use of shadow work. Acknowledging that morality exists is like doing the first of the 12 steps in Alcoholics Anonymous. It's an arduous, unending journey of self-reflection and internal work to fix how you think and react to the world around you. Satanism is not what they taught us it was on TV. It's not just people who worship the devil or who play in death metal bands. It's how most people are today, living a eternally selfish lifestyle, ignorant of the rules of law. This is the reason we are where we are today. An activist who doesn't practice their own principles to the fullest is an activist of nothing. Strict personal adherence to and the passing along of these principles is integral to bringing back balance to our sick and immoral society. As always, this show is open and live, giving anyone the ability to come up and speak or defend themselves. Please do not kill the messenger. Do not focus on me or anyone else on this show too much, as humans are infallible, but natural law is not. The truth is the truth, no matter who is delivering it. A lot of things said on this show may trigger you, but don't forget, getting offended is for bitches. How you guys been? How's your week been, everyone?
Pretty good.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'd say it's been pretty good.
Woo! We're still recovering from the last couple weeks of shows. They've been quite doozies, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
We had a lot go on inside and outside of the movement. I had done an expose on a guy named Barry Cooper.
I saw that.
Not really an expose, but a guy I've just heard a lot about over the years of being like a kind of like a violent hothead, and some people wanted to tell me their story about him, so I made 3 or 4 videos with 3 different people. And I did them last year, and finally people are starting to see them. And in the like police auditor scene, you know, like these dudes that go up to cops, and they're basically like fishing for lawsuits, which is taxpayer money. I'm not like, I don't have a problem with auditors per se, but they should be doing more than just what they're doing. And if they're out there just trying to get lawsuits and generate, money from our tax dollars, it's pretty scummy in the end. Definitely not moral behavior. But, yeah, so we got bombarded by a bunch of trolls 2 weeks ago in the middle of the show. That show ended up being 9 hours dealing with those guys. It was pretty fun. They definitely didn't know how to deal with me and how exactly I was funny because I was watching them watching me, and they were just baffled by how I was reacting. They thought that they were like they thought they were like disturbing the show, and I'm like, the show's very loosely run. Like, there's no like structure to the show. This is fun. Having an extra 700 people show up to a show,
Agreed.
At least like I got to put some good information in front of them for a while. Last week was kind of a mess because most of the videos we wanted to show somehow didn't work. And the guys that had been trolling me, we were going to watch the videos of them watching us, but they took them down. These guys just love censoring all this stuff. Yeah, it's super funny.
Truth community.
But they took their own shit down?
Yeah, they take their own stuff down because they're misbehaving basically, and they're losing every time I've gone up with either of these guys. Like, I make them look bad, and they don't want people to see it, so they don't. They didn't want. They've just been censoring their shit, which is really funny, and so that happened, and several of us were kind of rushed. Were kind of kicked out. I left a group, a local show called a new natural law show called Europa Law. They had a Telegram group that the three of us, me, Braxton, and Allie were in. And they just there's a lot of delicate egos over there, and a lot of socializing going on when work should be being done. So it's really funny to see how they react. Just really behaving badly and presenting themselves very badly for being such spiritually centered and balanced people. They're very right-brained in the content they put out, and then just the reaction to us hanging out in their chat was really funny. So we're gonna go. There's a lot of stuff we're going over today, but the biggest argument that these guys had, and the thing that most of them were saying was, damn, I'm already losing my voice. Was they were complaining and saying that I shouldn't be tearing anyone down, and that we need to all support each other, us warriors, in natural law. We need to be supporting each other and not criticizing anybody, no matter what they do, I guess. And so I had several questions asked to me, like, why do I feel the need to hold people accountable in the movement? Why am I doing what I'm doing? Why am I trying to destroy the One Great Work Network, which is hilarious because I'm only using the stuff I learned from Mark Passio to, like just with his people. So it's very funny to see how delicate and almost like libs they were over there. And then they kicked out Allie and Braxton because I left. And it's very like it was like a very like English move. They're just all about censorship and cutting people off and making laws, taking people's rights away there.
What's ironic, the last thing I said in the group, which I was trying to engage, not even in anything having to do with you or anything what you said, it was them who were very triggered and were confused that I felt comfortable being there. They asked me, I think it might have been Nemo.
Because there's no other way of them dealing with it besides, oh, we're enemies now. Why are you even
I do not see it that way. And I explained that I don't see it that way, and I do feel comfortable here, and I'm very open to any conversation, and I'm also open to the other conversations that are happening. So one day, the admin of that group posted a general question to the group, something along the lines of, what do you think is the major problem affecting society today, or what's the major something? And I responded, and again, it had nothing to do with Jeffrey. Gosh, I should see what I said. I forgot what it was, but immediately the questions were asked. Well, how you were brought up.
Yeah.
I explained to them it had nothing to do with you.
Are you uncomfortable being here since Jeffrey just left?
That's all of that came up.
Like, these are all my minions.
And then another one of our friends, who's actually, this person's been a long time Facebook friend of mine, my old Facebook profile I got locked out of, Derek Bartolacelli.
Yeah.
Who wrote a big long novel basically directed at Jeff and was like, hey, tell Jeff this, and it was like this whole long thing. So I'm like, dude, TLDR, with all due respect, I'm not here to be a messenger, right? Like, I'm, like, whatever, like, get it out, but like, I'm not like here to like, oh, it's Jeffrey's girlfriend, just to like, we're gonna talk shit to her, send this to him. And I'm like, I'm not here to do that. You can speak to him directly. I'll let him know you got something to say maybe, but the last thing I said though was y'all need to chill with the egos, and it was like boom, and then Braxton was blocked, who wasn't even involved in that conversation really, who's so nice, so nice.
They blocked Braxton.
Yeah.
How is that even a thing?
Right?
He's
you
like
understand?
the nicest kid.
Literally,
and he was being very nice. Yeah, super eloquent, very like explained everything very well.
He's good at
But
that.
yeah, so it was another member of the group that kicked us. It wasn't the admin, it wasn't the originator of the group. It was a lady who I forgot what it I was basically I mentioned the egos, but it was odd because she had praised our show. She praised VGT Live at one point. And she sent that message, this long review of our show. She sent it into that Telegram group, and so everyone in that Telegram group saw it. And so I think that put a little bit like these guys were like kind of annoyed that this lady was praising anything to do with Jeffrey, but they didn't want to admit that they had a stink about that. They were trying to just say, oh, we're just subjectively, he's just objectively bad. But it's like, like I get, you guys have a chip on your shoulder about it. But yeah, just the whole circumstance was funny. So the remainder of the VGT Live crew was kicked from that group. And then, was it a day or two later?
Yeah.
Jeffrey, Braxton, and I received a private message on Telegram to the three of us. Well, not private because we're on the group. From Nemo, the man who runs that group. Which is funny because we weren't surprised because the whole circumstance of it was not great. It was not a great presentation. It was not a good look for the group. I mean,
admins went
there was no reason to kick us out. Yeah, it was a power move and so I don't know if you want to go into the message that we received.
I got so Nemo, this guy Nemo. So he seemed like a cool dude. His claim to fame is that his mom was in Crass. You'll hear him say that the first 2 minutes of any presentation he has, which is cool. Crass, I listened to Crass when I was a kid. When I was a hardcore kid, I listened to Crass because it was so vegan and it was rad, and his mom has an amazing voice. But anyway, besides the point, I was in the Marpasso, or the What on Earth is Happening study group, and I saw him post about, hey, Sundays I'm doing a natural law show. And I was like, hey, I have Sundays natural law show in the USA. You have Sundays natural law show in the UK. Let's support each other. Let's be on each other's show and promote each other's show. And he's like, hell yeah. So I go in the group, introduce myself, put my link to the last show we had was the Christianity vegan one debate. And so it was kind of quiet in there for a while. Then I got Yvonne responded to it.
Go
She wrote this review. It's very nice. Just finished listening and to a few more, because it took me more than this one to work out the point of your channel. She's English, so it's kind of written a little funny. At first, it left me thinking you're a bunch of self-righteous, self-wounded bitches that are stuck in some form of drama triangle of victim, rescuer, and aggressor that tries to draw folk into that dynamic. But you also dropped some truth that made me curious to listen on. I now get what you are doing. I now get what you're doing now. You're pointing out some blurred lines regards that is being advocated as morality and what actions some are taking in the truth movement, which is fair and necessary, and does give folk a chance to question their own morality and on a level of understanding of morality, or folk a chance to question their own morality and level of understanding of lots of morality, lots of different aspects of the path to true sovereignty. Sorry. It's interesting that this bottom-up subject of creators views subscribers and made me think this is a reflection. Yeah.
Here, do you
Sorry,
maybe like here? No. Let's zoom in a little bit. I think we're trying to. He's reading a really small text. Yeah, got it. It's interesting what was brought up on the subject of creators views / subscribers, and made me think of this as a reflection of the level of morality and mind as a collective we are at. The figures are definitely a reflection. At one point in the discussion, it left me thinking if this is what true anarchy sovereignty looks like, then put a gun to my head. Oh, wow. But I can now see what you are doing and appreciated the opportunity, your contribution that have the effect of stimulating a bit of self-reflection and look in the mirror in this ever-evolving quest of aligning with natural law. I'm not advocating for anyone. I wouldn't mind having a conversation with you guys on the subject of morality, of what Will and Logan are attempting to do, as I think what they are doing aligns with natural law. I know our channels clash, but maybe we could arrange something. It doesn't have to be about Will and Logan. I'm more interested in the subject of the moral question of right livelihood versus wrong, with the thumbs up emoji. So it's like very honest.
Anything about Will and Logan yet?
Yeah.
Anyway, but yeah, go. Sorry.
No. It was just loud in here.
That's what you said. You said very honest.
Yeah, very honest, but it was
A nice review.
It was very nice, and she seemed open-minded to what we were doing. Unfortunately, this is the person who later kicked me out from the group and kicked Braxton out too, which is crazy. So yeah, it was kind of surprising.
So, what's that? So, we got everyone up. Okay.
Yeah, he's down there.
There he is. So that was boom. Sorry, I forgot to put the thing in the chat. So so at that point we were kind of like, okay, and there was a big discussion. I got piled on by several people. We'll get into the Derek Bartolacelli stuff later. But I just wanted, and so the day after this, Mark did his class, and in the beginning of the class had this epic rant. Sorry, I'm yelling again. Ollie's gonna go deaf if she keeps doing this podcast with me.
Be a bee, but
so Mark has this epic rant, and it basically sums up, echoes everything I said the day before, and sums up exactly like how are these guys, like, have these guys not been listening to any of Mark's stuff? They like claim to be super super on it, but it doesn't seem like they have that. They want this community, they want to have clout in the community, and they want to be in this scene more than they actually want to do real work, is what we're seeing. These little groups of people that are just bouncing ideas off of each other inside these little echo chamber groups. It's pretty wild. But anyway, we're going to watch this for a little bit. This is my response to Nemo. Well, actually, I mean, should we tell the story or tell the Nemo's message he sent us?
yeah.
Okay, so sorry.
I would just like to say, first off, I appreciate, I send thanks to the guy for reaching out to us.
Yeah.
And saying what you're about to hear. Like, there's still a lot of questions you'll hear, but yeah. Thanks, Nemo, for reaching out. That's all I got to say.
Yeah. So Nemo was the initial guy I talked to, and I was like, cool, you're in Crest. Like, we should help out, each other's channels, whatever, blah, 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 blah. You're in Crest. You were in Crest, kind of.
In Crest,
so, and then he during this whole discussion got as belligerent as anyone else. We'll talk more later about how crazy that conversation was before I left that group. But anyway, Nemo sent me a message trying to redraw what went down, basically.
He sent the three of us.
Sent the three of us to try and clear things up. Hey, Neem here. I own the ENLF Telegram group. That's Europa Law, Natural Law, which by all means, go and check them out.
Yeah, they discuss natural law.
Yeah.
All day.
I think you could get on if you want to go on there, by all means. It's a cool group of, it's Europeans and American people mixed up. So anyway, I own the ENLF Telegram group. I'd like to explain first that the group is pretty new, and until this week, I haven't had cause to think about boundaries, admin status, etc. In short, I wouldn't have kicked anyone out of the group at the point that happened, but I take full responsibility for the way that went down due to my lack of clarity. I've watched some of your output, and it seems like we probably agree on a lot, although taking different strategies, which is fine. It would be a shame and detrimental to the cause for there to be enmity between our camps, quote unquote. Did that just pop again? Okay. I do have a question. Why do you want to hold people account? I guess he means accountable. That might be like to account. Yeah. For me, when it comes to actions toward the one's great work, this doesn't make the list, so I'm curious. So before I go on anymore, we'll stop on that one right there. So because someone's on the One Great Work Network means we shouldn't hold them accountable. I know I'm strawmanning him right now, but that's basically what he's saying, which is mind-boggling to me. If he's been through Mark's classes, I mean, not that Mark is the end-all be-all, but Mark tells us to be very aggressive with the people around us about bugging them to continue to work on their shit.
Yeah, it's speaking truth.
And speaking the truth, no matter who, what, you know, who's doing it, what they're doing. If they're doing mediocre, you know, if they've been in the scene for 10 years and they still don't got it, you know, we need to help that person make their shit a little bit better. If people are just socializing and disrespecting the work, the great work, and not really doing anything and ignoring
taking advantage
of the great work or Mark's kindness and his position he has with his business, which I see a lot going on of people just straight, oh, I can pay I could pay for Mark to vouch for me. Holy shit. That's basically what the one great work is, to a certain point. So where was I? Oh, the conversation. So we're supposed to be, especially truthers, we're supposed to be on each other to do better. And if it sounds a little belligerent, then and you get triggered, then that's something you need to do shadow work about. You shouldn't have a problem with anyone asking you anything or criticizing your work in any way. I had someone criticize my work in the group. I didn't take any offense to it. I just thought it was funny because the guy criticizing me, who we'll talk about later, his name is Theodore Lux, has zero work. I'll show you later. We'll go over that later. But these clowns piled up on me anyway. So he's saying I'd never criticize anyone on the One Great Work basically, which I think is just batshit crazy, and it's not anything that Mark Passio teaches. He teaches the complete opposite. So if these guys are Mark Passio guys, I'm just really confused. I'm going to go back to his letter. So in the chat, Braxton described Will and Logan as pillars of the community who we're all supposed to look up to, accusing people in the chat of giving Will a pass and saying, just don't want the One Great Work to, et cetera, et cetera. To me, it seems a fruitless task to expect anyone else to set an example. All I can do is my best, and that's it. If someone else can inspire me, fucking A. If not, well, that's not unusual, lol. As I said in the chat, which was completely ignored, I'm more concerned with the actions of the 8 million than the terrible 2, aren't you? Oh, okay. So this is one thing that it seems like this is something that Mark has been trying to save the world. He's been trying to convert the millions of people to be more moral, and he has not focused on the people around him and helping those people directly. It's just been about getting the big message out, and this is now being used by this guy to excuse letting some people do some kind of scallywag looking stuff within the movement in the name of Mark and the One Great Work. So I don't understand. Like, maybe this is like a European thing. Like, I don't know. Like, this isn't how we do things in the USA, sir. we're supposed to hold the people around us accountable for their actions, unless you're just depending on cops to do everything. So I don't understand what these questions are. So let's ignore the worst people to possibly help the most people. Like I'm just trying to say this argument in different ways so I understand it, because it really doesn't make sense. I'm more concerned. If you're more concerned with the actions of the 8 billion, why are you doing a podcast that's infield baseball, echo chamber to no one? You're not doing any outreach to any, like, maybe, you know, libs or, like, you know, crazy conservatives that, you know, you're just doing stuff for other natural law people, which is a big reason. And you're doing stuff for the social scene, which is a big reason why the great work has not gone anywhere. In the, I don't know what, 6 years it's been around. There's only a handful of good stuff up there. So it's just, I don't get this thought process. So it might just be like lost in translation or something. But it sounds like lib shit. It sounds like new age bullshit. Everyone's just great because they're into natural law. So we'll just vouch for them, and they're just gonna be, no, you know, we're all equal and we're all great and we're doing the great work. So let's not cut each other down. Like, that is not what you've been taught, you guys. And that's not effective way of doing activism.
Can I say something?
Or libertarianism or voluntarism. They don't need a community, dude. We don't need a community to do this stuff. You need like Mark has taught these guys that they need a community, because Mark needs a community because he needs money coming in. So he has so these guys are all, oh, we need to bind together and support each other and all this stuff. No, we fucking don't. We do not need to have a community in order for these things to work. Not in the least bit. So this community, we just have to ditch all our morals, not criticize the people around us in the least bit, even if they're possibly be doing bad things, all for the sake of the message to the 8 million people. If we aren't defending, if we aren't fulfilling, if we aren't doing this stuff to the full extent, like, what kind of example are we leading? It's just the same example that led us to where we are now. So I don't get it. But I'll finish his letter, because he asked several questions that Mark will, in this next video, answer. Then so he says, after the 8 billion, then the terrible 2, aren't you? My perspective of what happened on the chat. Having been there, having never been active in the chat, you guys launched into a topic which most active members felt out of place. No, I did not. I posted a link to my show that we had already agreed we were going to support each other on. So obviously, putting the link to my show, my new upcoming show, after you guys did your show, was something I already talked to Nemo about, and he was fine with. So for him to say we launched, and first, the other thing, I was in this chat alone for 2 weeks before these guys came in. Maybe a week, maybe not 2 weeks, but I was in there several days at least before they were in, and they didn't even show up till after I had posted these couple posts. So having not been, okay, so when this was explained repeatedly, you carried on. This most definitely did not happen, because after I posted, I got the response from Yvonne, and we talked about it for a little bit. I went into this group as a neutral vegan. I was not going to be aggressive about veganism, but I knew these dudes would trigger already, simply because of their fragile egos, and they already have a bad reputation. So I knew that these dudes I knew it wouldn't last long. When I looked at who was in the group, I knew it wouldn't be long until I'd get pounded on by 20 people, which eventually happened. So he's already trying to rewrite what happened in the group. we'll go into later. We're gonna break this up into two pieces since it's probably pretty boring for you guys, but this is just something I need to respond to these clowns. So when this was explained to you repeatedly, you carried on. This is not true. You were asked repeatedly what result were you looking for? This is not true. I was not repeatedly asked. Without a clear response, newcomers dominating the chat with any subject would be unwelcomed. Really, it was all a bit much. So that's all bullshit. I was on my best behavior. I didn't bombard the chat. I was like, for me, I was on my best behavior. You know.
Yeah, can second that. He definitely.
Yeah, I literally was like, I'm going to try and fit in with these people. You know, like I'm going to be as chill as possible and just see what rears its head up, basically. I don't listen to Will and Logan's stuff anyway. Yeah, that doesn't mean anything to me. I'm trying to tell you about these guys that you might look into them or question, you know, like just watch your back if you do any business dealings. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying we have to kill these guys or anything. Just check out what they're doing and don't get sucked into a scam if they're doing a scam. So what I expected to do, not listen harder. None of us have much to do with either of them. Again, it wasn't until later that they brought up Will, which we read already. That was the first time Will and Logan were brought up. There we go. Was when Yvonne brought them up because she was mentioning them, me talking about them in one of the videos. So I wasn't even bringing it up. We are pretty new. Okay. None of us have much to do with either of them, as far as I know. They kiss these guys' asses all the time, from what I see. There are other bigger natural law Telegram groups that this subject hasn't come up at all, to my knowledge. We are pretty new, small group, and have not been in the business of natural law content creation for long at all. Literally 3 weeks as a group. So we're new. Therefore, we're emotional and can't control ourselves. Get it? Some of us, this is our first work. To me, it seems incongruous that we're suddenly being browbeaten on the subject, which I wasn't browbeating anyone. They're like acting as if they're Will and Logan or something like that, as if we had some special responsibility around it. Why here? Why this? Why now? I'm missing something. Yeah, he's just making shit up. Instead of responding to what was being said, you guys kept misrepresenting or ignoring every attempt to explain. The guys that went after me were belligerent. They weren't trying to explain anything. They were slinging profanities and all kinds of nonsense. They're completely emotionally like out of control, little ego babies. True, there were a couple of combative or disrespectful remarks towards JP. But I think the claim of being ganged up on was reaching, which is completely bullshit. I had 6 people talking shit at me at one time. One of them was someone who I was just talking to, who was involved in me talking about whatever I was talking about. So it was just complete, like all the, and it was all the admins. So it's like, okay, you fucking, guess what? If you were president, you'd censor the people for sure. So what kind of work are you doing here? You guys are talking to each other all day on these shows about nothing. You don't even talk about shadow work on your show. I've read the transcripts of every one of their shows, and they say shadow work 2 times, and they don't elaborate on it any more than that. It's insane. True, there are a couple combative or disrespectful remarks made towards JP, but I think the claim of being ganged up on was reaching. You instigated and continued to push a contentious discussion. Sure, at a certain point, I started being an asshole after long after people started being an asshole to me. Like it says in the group description, the idea is to support people in entering into one great work. So let's only support people, even if they're bad, even if they're manipulating, even if they're taking advantage of Mark because of Mark's position he's put himself in, being able to like pay to get to him. So let's not
like Nazi sympathizers.
We don't want to hear anything negative on this group. Like, holy shit. You guys are supposed to be like truthers. There should be no censorship. Fuck. Like it says in the Braxton mentioned his need to get around to doing some shadow work for a few times. I agree with this. There's no time like the present. I don't know why I even said that, but as I said, I would not have blocked you guys. I've now taken full responsibility for the gatekeeping role in the chat. Okay. So ultimately, he obviously thinks what went down is bullshit. Like I said, we probably agree on most things. So peace. If you guys are going to smear us on our show, kindly share our links. So I don't know. So this is going to be my response to these guys. I already responded to it, but I'm going to, the next day after this happened, Mark put this video up.
Listening audience dried up over the last season because I went in on motherfuckers this year. I went in on them. And I told them what I think about them. And I apologize for 0 things that I said. I meant every last fucking syllable of it. And I will not apologize and take it back because I'm correct about what I said. I put forward the exact truthfulness that I'm required to put forward to tell people where they're at. And that's exactly what I did. So what that did for me, because I'm not one of these losers who's only worried about the bottom line figure when it comes to the fucking mammon dollar, I'll take the hit to say what's true. And let me tell you what happened. So I don't know. I'm not just saying this either. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be able to pay the mortgage on this house. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be able to have this operation. We'll see, depending on how many people want to contribute to this operation, because it's probably going to go away after I can't pay my mortgage anymore, because 0 resources are basically coming in. I got the first order in 40 days on my gifts area yesterday. 1 order in the last month and 10 days. I'm fucked. And I'm fucked because I did the right thing and told people the truth about who and what they are. They're lazy bags of immoral shit sitting on their ass thinking this is some fucking game, thinking this is some fucking social event. They're going to find out how much of a social event when fucking tactical nukes go off in their backyard. They're going to find how much it's a social game when fucking a police force is put together that make the Nazis look like they're handing flowers out to people.
The socializing I talk about. Everybody wants to socialize. They just want to be known and hang out with people that know the same stuff they know. And this goes against teaching anything to, like, this is infield baseball, and I get it. When you're a new activist, I get it. You don't know how to do activism yet. By the way, everyone hit the smash the like button. I never say that shit. And any super chats go towards editing the show and editing Mark's work and putting it up on YouTube. So if any super chats come in, that's what that goes towards. Yeah, so this socializing, these guys just want to get in these groups, and it's like you're supposed to socialize with people that aren't in your group to get the message out. Like us over here, our main goal is converting vegan libs to being anarchists, and I'm doing this with people that found veganism through Mark Passio. So it's like these guys know that they aren't taking things to the full extent, and they're just upset. And as we'll watch, there's several videos we're watching later. These guys on the network, these vegetarian guys, can't help but talk shit about vegans all day long, and all their content, they can't help but mention it and try and discount what we're doing and try and cope being either a vegetarian, which is just clown show, or a carnist still, and just being like, oh, it just works better for me, like. So I don't get this socializing shit. I'm a vegan. I'm into crypto. I have a podcast. Obviously, I know people aren't going to like me, right? You know, like I'm not out here trying to make friends. People come on my show and they leave my show every week because they get freaked out. You know, like this is the most dangerous show to be on right now in this movement because of the stuff we talk about. No one wants to hear what we have to talk about over here. And we're not talking about anything that new. You know, these guys should all know this. But what's up, Christian?
Living the dream.
What's up, John Balls? Are you there, John Balls?
What's up, man? How
John
you
Balls,
doing?
Peak male specimen.
That's who got me into veganism. The fucking peak male specimen. When I saw John, I was like, how do I become more like that?
You know what you need? You need a fanny pack, dude. That's where it's at.
I agree. I actually agree. I do need a fanny pack.
Hide your big balls, John. You gotta hide. You gotta protect your big balls with a fanny pack.
No,
I gotta
fucking
hide
wears overalls.
Yeah. What's up, Steve? What's up, vegan metalhead?
I'm here. I actually got into veganism from metal music.
Oh,
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
Yeah. I mean, I got into veganism through hardcore and metal.
yeah. I mean, I should
It's
have.
very common. It's surprisingly a common way for people to get exposed to veganism is heavy metal and hardcore.
Yeah, a huge level of activism, you know, expressed through music.
Yeah.
No, everything I'm doing today, I was doing when I was 17 and 18. Except I smoke weed now. That's the only difference.
I don't smoke weed.
I was straight edge then. Now I smoke weed, but it's all the same anti-government, like
When
animal
did you
activism.
start?
What?
When did you start?
I first went vegan when I was in 1996.
Smoking weed.
Fuck. 2008.
Wait,
I just thought
you went
17 or 18 is really late. I was smoking that shit when I was 12.
You went vegan?
No,
in the
I was
90s?
I was a straight edge kid growing up. I was like proud to not smoke and drink and do drugs and shit like that.
Right.
Like I was super straight edge. I have it tattooed on my back. It's pretty crazy. But
What's it say?
Yeah, straight edge.
Really? Oh, that's
Even though I'm
awesome.
not anymore. But
that didn't work out for you, huh?
Earth Crisis and the vegan straight edge movement put veganism on the map. The word for sure. But anyway, we're gonna get back to this video. We got to get through it. It's too funny.
Because that's what's coming, and they don't get it. They don't get it because they're sitting looking at a fucking screen. You know why? I told people over a year ago the podcasts are going to get brutal, vicious. They're going to get because you shouldn't be listening at this point. You should already be doing. You should already be doing, and you should already be influencing other people to learn real morality. At this point, the podcast is intended to be speaking to the people who have sat on their ass and done nothing and continue to listen. It's not about listening. It's about you got to fucking already have learned it and moved on to action. And if that's the case, you don't need to hear the brutality that I'm dishing out on the later podcast. But guess what?
Yeah, this has been a big problem in the movement since the dawn of time, is that people choose to open their eyes and then just suspend in that picture, that photograph of time, and not ever continue to change things. Is there someone else in here? Who dat? Oh, quinoa. Never change anything. And then they get all like it's the Dunning-Kruger thing Marx talks about. They get this confidence about where they are and how great a person they are and what they're doing in their life. And they think that their activism is just way better than it actually is. And it gets really ridiculous because you got these guys, then you get this cult of personality and all these social scenes and hierarchies and stuff. And it's like, no one is actually doing any work. That's been my biggest complaint with the truth movement since I got in 2010. No one's actually doing anything but infield baseball. It's just social scene and who said what on a video. And it's just absolutely ridiculous, but we're all going to keep this going.
I'll tell you right now, it's a spiritual fucking lesson. It's some of the hardest spirituality that anybody would have to fucking try to understand, because it's talking right to the entrenched, calcified ego in people. That's what it's doing. And it's saying, no, you're not going to continue to come with your bullshit. I'm going to shut you down. The universe doesn't have a voice. We have to be its voice. We have to be its influential vibratory energy coming through our mouth. That's what the throat chakra is. You know? And too few people are doing it. There should be 1 million people teaching objective morality and natural law by now. What are there? A couple hundred worldwide? It's a laughing joke. It's junk. It's the biggest junk effort of all human history. It's junk. And I don't care if people hear that and, oh, I'm discouraged. It's the truth. You got to be able to hear the truth and say, well, we're going to double down on our effort then if it hasn't been good enough. You don't say, well, Mark's telling us the truth, so let's quit. I'm not telling people to quit. I'm telling people how inexcusably pathetic their efforts have been to this point. And that's what a good leader does. It doesn't blow smoke up someone's ass and say you're doing a great job when you're doing a shit job. Like I said in the last few episodes, an Olympic coach would not tell their protege trying to get into the Olympics that they're
fucking exactly. This is exactly what I'm talking about here. All these guys.
I don't know. If you were an Australian breakdancing coach, I think you would really try to motivate your team to, you know.
Yeah.
Just do your best, you know, and just, you know.
Obviously.
Yeah, obviously.
But
speaking of, I saw that bitch on a commercial
lying to you, telling you you're better than you are when you aren't. And that's what these guys have around them 24/7 are these yes men that just, oh, your shit's so good. Oh my God, you're changing my life. Like, it's like bullshit.
Like Justin for fucking Rose, just polishing them off.
He's supposed to be here. Where's
I don't know.
guy?
I feel like it's a good example, you know, because you got like literally a quarter of the world going, hey, you know, like within her ability, she did great. And then you literally have reality that it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, that's not a thing at all. Stop lying to people. Stop lying about a system. What the fuck?
No.
Dude, she was on a commercial today.
I don't even want to know. I don't know why do people are so comfortable with living lies and continuously doing stupid shit, thinking it's like, I mean, don't get me wrong, I find humor in things and I laugh about it, but let's be real. It's no different than like a fucking comedian situation. Like, I can tell you the real fucking joke, the fact you're laughing at it. Sad.
People don't want to work on things. They just want to claim that they've already climbed the mountain when they haven't. Because by their actions, by their behaviors, by their reactions to me, by their reactions to vegans, they're showing us how little shadow work they've done, that they can't even handle the topic being brought up. It shows a lot. And these dudes are not going to be teaching anything to anybody. And yet these guys all have like 500 videos on YouTube that don't have any views. But anyway, let's get back to this. I want to get through this real quick.
Or their effort was good enough. Oh yeah, you'll medal with that time on the track. No, you won't. You'll be laughed out of the fucking building. Oh yeah, your effort on the gymnastics floor, that's gonna earn you at least a silver. No, it's not. It's junk. And if you're honest with the protege, if you're honest with the person that you're trying to instruct and get them to actualize to their full potential, you're going to tell them where they're at. You're not going to lie to them. Mm-hmm. And that people won't do it. They won't do it because they're more attached to money and comfort. Money and comfort right now are the complete enemies of good. They're the complete enemies of good. Wanting to have...
And we all know, we all love Mark, but the one compromise he's made is including money and being so dependent on money, or at least dependent on the people of his network for money. He's allowed these clowns to soil his reputation by having them, because they're paying him to take his classes and get in his network. So this is one of our only criticisms. Maybe 3 or 4 things I harshly disagree with Mark on. I think he could do way better on his own. Doing something else.
It's not so much the money. It's just as I said before, it's how everybody's so fragmented, and it's already so fragmented.
That's fine.
100 different kind of issues and stuff, and he's overwhelmed, I feel, and he's just trying to keep people together. People need to support him, so with resources, so he keeps going. But
that's the problem. And then he's training all these guys to do the same thing and be based, to like you giving your freedom. I think he could go about it a different way and not have to deal with all these dill holes shitting on his name.
Well, I mean, that's where we come in, because it should be the network should be self-regulating. There should be people coming out and doing exactly what you're doing. But there's nobody
should have quality
like
disciples.
There's nobody like that, like you on the network, who's willing to push these buttons, and I think you're doing good here. It's great.
I hope.
Money and remain comfortable is the enemy of true goodness in the world right now. No one told anybody doing the right thing would be the easy thing to do. We have to stop looking to get out, doing the easy thing, get out the easy way, take the shortcut. That's why the life lesson is stop looking for those things. They don't exist. You got to do it the hard way, especially now because it's been ignored for all these decades and decades. And that's what karma is. Karma is the force in the universe that's a governing dynamic that says, are you doing the right thing or are you doing the easy thing? Are you explaining what's right and trying to influence people for the true spiritual good? Or are you saying, I don't want to rock the boat. I don't want to make a problem. I don't want to lose anything, especially money. It's not a good enough effort. It's a junk shit.
Or friends in high places.
We got to choose the hard thing over the easy thing. The hard thing right now is the right thing, and that's got to be chosen over what's easy and comfortable. And you can't tell that to dumb motherfuckers. You can't tell that to dumb, egotistical, shit-brain motherfuckers. They want to hear, oh, poor baby, the universe cares that you just ignored this all this time, and it's going to let you off the easy way. You're going to get let off the hook so easy, That's all. Just go vote for Trump and all your karmic debt is forgiven. It's a nonsense, childlike mindset. And the people are not interested in hearing how it really works, certainly from me. They're not interested. I've been given a mandate. No donations, no gifts sold on the store. I don't know when I had maybe a couple of straight donations have come in since I stopped broadcasting, maybe a few. That's about it. And 40 days without one sale. And I bet you people won't believe me. I should just bring it up and show it to you. I'd have to hide some other personal data, but I could show you my list of orders. I'll show them to you. Give me a minute. Yeah, that should be enough to do it. I mean, I know that I'll just show the last two, and I'll try to cover up the names. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can, just to not have people's identity going out. Yeah, I can do it. I covered people's names up. And you'll see the small amounts that they're for. And imagine if you had no income coming in for 40 fucking days, or it's like 38 days, something like that. All right, so hold on a second. Let me share my whole screen. And I'm not even trying to make it about that. I'm just showing you what I'm explaining, how this relates to karma, which is the question is, this is what actually doing what is right will get you. And it doesn't mean you're being punished by the universe. It means this is how much people hate hearing what's true in the world today. That's how much they hate hearing what's true. Hold on a second. Okay, I have it right at the spot, and I have those covered up. Okay, I could share it. So I'll just show you the last two orders I got and how much they're separated by time. Hold on. Because I don't really want to obviously give people's personal info out.
Oh, shout out to Will Keller. There he is.
This is the back end of my gifts area. I'm showing you the back end website, and I blew it up just to make sure only the last two orders are on the screen, and you can see how they're separated by time. Okay, so here it is. Sorry.
Wait,
I missed that song.
I tried to not get people's name in there, but there's the last time I got an order, August 23rd. And yesterday was the first order since then. And those were the amounts. Okay? So imagine if someone didn't have any money coming in for 38, 39 days. How fucked they would be. And that's basically where I'm at. And that's from not telling people bullshit. That's telling them the hard truth of what's really going on in the world and what they're really a part of. So my audience flew the coop. And you know what?
Yep.
I honestly don't even give a shit. Because the bottom line is, most people who even pay attention to my stuff, they're not good people. If they were good people, they...
Man. You guys realize he's talking about you guys, right? It's again, not the guest on the show. Yeah, not you guys. I'm talking about the people who know that are listening. It's just like when I had Padini on here. Like, he's talking about you guys. Like, how terrible, his... Like, it's mind-boggling that these guys don't get it when I'm criticizing them for factioning off of natural law and making their own little social circle where they get attention and they get to all talk like Mark in a group, but not nearly as well, and they don't do any outreach whatsoever. That's the easy thing to do as an activist if you want to be an activist. Oh, I'm going to pay for Mark's class, pay for Mark to vouch for me, pay to get around Mark's people. Then I'm going to take those people and make a group, and we're all just going to stroke each other off. And we're not going to do anything to do any type of internal work or real external work, which is doing outreach to people that don't already know these things. They just want to act like they've figured it out because they took one of Mark's courses and they've watched a bunch of his podcasts, which is not, that barely is taking even one step. And you shouldn't be teaching people till you've taken 15 steps. You are not an expert. So stop talking like an expert. These guys are crazy.
I just don't understand why everybody's trying to suck fucking Mark's dick fucking when he's literally sold out to half.
It's not about Mark, though. It's not about
that
law. You have John Bob and Christian. You guys have Christianity. we have natural law. It's very similar. They are very similar. One has just been used for, control for a long time, and you got to deal with that kind of shit. But it's a very similar thing, and it doesn't really have anything to do with Mark, because Mark's just our funnest spokesperson, basically. He's like our Ron Paul. I don't agree with I agree with most of what he says, but not everything. And, it's not really about Mark. But it is about the community that's around Mark, of these fake truthers that are claiming to change the world while they're really doing jack shit.
They're just looking for the next witch hunt, dude. They're fucking bunch of betas that are not. You know what I mean? They're looking to pretend they're part of the community rather than actually putting themselves on blast and fucking holding themselves accountable.
It's funny you say that, because this guy Direct D just showed up. I'm an expert on
finally.
Jeffrey all knowing, because he doesn't understand anything about what we're talking about. He's got to make fun of me for being a smarty pants. This guy. So this is a violent felon who kidnapped a woman. He went to jail. He sold drugs in jail. I go to his podcast and he's like, "Oh, when I was in jail, I was like 285. I used to like make fucking people flinch and shit." Like, the dude just and he goes out and he chases lawsuits, tax revenue generated lawsuits, and he thinks he's a fucking activist. And so he's been trying to troll me over here for quite a while, but he doesn't know who he's dealing with. He's trying to do an expose on me, actually. And it was pretty funny. Yeah, it was pretty funny. We'll talk a little bit more later about that. We have a video to watch that's relevant to that, but I'm going to stick to this to try and stay on track. Well, either way, violent felon, scumbag who's proud of being a violent felon, whatever his story may be, is irrelevant. He's scum. Erect D. Yeah, I know. Isn't that the most gay name for a YouTube channel ever? Direct D. That would be like if I was a gay YouTuber, that would be like the greatest name. Like, get me to the D. Get me to the D. Directly to the D. But this dude's like this clown, like, that No Jumper podcast. He's like this poor man's fucking Adam 12, who like just puts literally nothing into his Adam 22. Is that his name? Oh, Adam 12 is the guitar player, huh? So yeah, poor man's Adam 22. Terrible broadcaster, terrible presentation, garbage content, but idiots. There's so much scum in the world that this guy's actually supported. So this baby with 200,000 views has to come troll me because he doesn't like what I'm talking about. And his buddy, I talk about his buddy, who's obviously another evil person. And the evil guys have to all stick up for themselves. And it's pretty funny to watch them do it. To watch like why aren't any of these guys pulling like pillars of the community out of the community to vouch for him? It's, oh no, I'm gonna send this violent felon to vouch for me. Like, Jesus Christ, you guys.
Well, I mean, I'll tell you this much, that I would like to thank Direct D for coming to the show every week. Actually, he's here. He spends easily about an hour of his time with us. It's very, when you have literally put the science into it, it's, hey man, thanks for hanging. Yeah, like thanks for hanging out. I mean, you put the time into us. I guess it really doesn't matter what you're saying, because there's no such thing as bad publicity. I'm glad you're here.
Thanks for letting us crash on the couch in your head, bro.
Yeah, I guess that's one way to look at it. Yeah, that's kind of what I mean. Yeah, thanks for allowing us to speak and you listen, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, and no, I didn't start this. Barry Cooper started this many years ago. It has nothing to do with me. It again, don't kill the messenger. I'm just passing along information.
Oh, he's got a crush.
I figured this.
Yeah, he's got a crush.
I figured
he
he
loved
did.
me.
He really.
He loved bombing me. Yeah.
Yeah, Yeah. No, I don't know. I'm not much of the truth community thing, like the whole Mark Passio thing, like what John was saying. I don't have the same angle like everybody else does. I myself,
I
I'm
don't
not
know
a Christian
anyone who
anymore.
kisses his ass. That's why I'm confused by what he says.
Oh no, no. See, I don't know much. I don't know much
just
at
see
all.
people
I've
talk shit
been
about him all day.
No, I listen to him, and all I get out of everything that you play videos and what I hear through what he says, I'm like, I agree with him. That's just where I'm at with him. I'm like, I agree with him. Do I care for his following? Well, I'm not a conformist. So, no, I really don't jump into these groups and stuff about it because I don't. I mean, like right now, to be honest, if our group grew any bigger to like 20 to 30 in a thing, I think I would just leave. That's too much. Give me anxiety.
Yeah, it's too much.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
Would have gotten the message a long time ago. There are some who are. They're exceedingly few. And if they really got the message, they would have been doing this kind of work years ago. Years ago. They didn't. They want to sit back thinking this is some form of fucking entertainment when it's not. This isn't, let's tune in to hear how loud Mark gets on the show this week. If that's what people are doing, they're morons.
You can apply, you guys can apply this to any activism. It doesn't necessarily mean, it doesn't have anything to do with Mark. It's just taking things fucking serious and not just half-assing and trying to do like a social thing when we're actually trying to save the world.
This isn't a joke. It's not comedy. It's not a fucking act. And it's definitely not some social
Justin
scene.
Pedini.
And that's all people know how to make anything because they're morons.
Again, that social scene.
They're either jokester pranksters, prankster losers, who everything's a joke to them, nothing
Justin
serious.
Pedini.
Everything is to be mocked, ridiculed, and laughed at because that's what they are. They're somebody who's worthy of all that mockery, derision, ridicule because they're a fucking loser. They're not a winner. They're not a doer. They're not somebody who fucking actually takes action. They're just losers. That's what a loser is. A loser is somebody who sits back complaining about other people, never does a fucking thing with their life, never learns a fucking thing, never learns how anything works, never takes any action, sits on their couch with their thumb up their ass complaining about what other people haven't done.
Is he talking about Justin?
Believe me, I have lots of complaints about people too, but that doesn't make me one of them. I'm a person of driven action. And the problem is I've been given a shit team to work with. That's the only problem.
Oh, wow. Shit team to work with. What has Jeffrey Phillips been complaining about? And who has he been going after to try and make better? Mark's shit team. He says it himself out of the horse's mouth. I've been given a shit team. The people around me suck. That's what I thought. That's why I've been doing this for this long. Like, leave, you guys. Like, you guys know who you are. Like, just leave. Stop wasting everyone's time. It's fucking ridiculous.
Just been given a junk team to work with. I'm fine. I'm fine. There's nothing wrong with me or my effort since I awoke. I was as big, if not bigger, of a garbage piece of shit than any of these people I'm talking about when I was younger. Not anymore. I fixed myself. There's no problem with me. And people don't want to hear that. That doesn't mean I'm perfect. You know, I'm not saying I don't have, idiosyncrasies and things that I have to work on. But the problem regarding human slavery still existing in the world is not due to anything I'm doing. I've pulled back from all that bullshit. And if people took my attitude, we'd end this tomorrow. We would have ended it earlier today. The problem is they can't even hear what I'm saying because they're dumb bags of trash whose parents fucked them up and they never unfucked themselves. And that is the reason karma goes on and on and on. People don't want self-improvement. Then they don't want to tell other people you have to self-improve in the same ways I did. This isn't about me doing work on myself and saying, oh, great, that's all I came here for.
Ugh.
You got to initially say, I know there's problems out there in the world. Then you got to point the finger inward and say, what's my contribution to it mentally and through my behavior? Then you got to point the finger back out and say, what are other people doing? If I change and I actually improve myself in these ways, what the fuck are you doing? You know, it's a process of point the finger at yourself first. Yes, learn what's going on in the world, then point the finger at yourself. But then after that, if you make the corrections, then you got to point the finger back outward at other people who haven't done that and haven't looked at themselves. They haven't let us self-examine life. They haven't made those self-corrections to their course in life. That's what shadow work is. That's why I call my later work forced shadow work. Because I'm telling other people it isn't an option to do that shadow work. This is what the New Age wants to tell people. The bullshit it wants to put out is that you can't force anybody else to self-improve. Bullshit. Yes, you can. You absolutely can. You can force someone to self-improve by non-stop badgering. And if we did it enough, and you know whose job that is? That's parents' job to improve their fucking children and make them a mature, responsible, intelligent adult.
And then your peers in society, which is exactly where I come in. So this constantly questioning me about why I'm getting after people that I think deserve to be gotten after is just absolutely batshit. I just don't get it, and it's coming from these guys as students. They're coming from Mark's students. They're telling me this shit, and it's just crazy. Fred from Liebercast is here, obviously in a bad mood. Last time he was here, he was in a good mood. You gonna come up? I don't know. You never know. You never know. So yeah, this is almost done.
And they don't do it because they want to be like, I want my kid to be my friend. I don't want to be their parent that's all over them. I want them to be like me and be my friend. That's the whole fucking problem with this whole fucking planet.
What's wrong with both?
We don't have any real parenting.
You already know.
My kid fucking...
We have no petty tyranny. That's why we have macro political tyranny. Petty tyranny is a good thing. It's not what people think when they hear the word. I can't believe how many people don't know the definition of what petty tyranny is. When you say it to people, they look at you like you're out of your mind for saying, I support it. For people who don't know, petty tyranny means you're on people to improve constantly.
Is that not what we're doing here? Like, I'm confused. Like... Petty tyranny is tough love. It's getting after people when they're not doing the right thing. That's how we improve. That's how we're going to win this mission we're on. Just making little social circles and kissing each other's ass all day is not going to get that for us. That's hippie lib shit, new age bullshit that you're letting infect your mind because you're factioning off of natural law and you're allowing yourself to get, I don't even know.
Ugh.
Telling people where they lack, and you're on them to make self-improvements. But you don't throw stones while living in a glass house. So a petty tyrant has to have corrected those things inside of themselves first.
Fred, you like went full crazy on us and then went and hung out with like Will and Logan on their podcast and talked shit. And now you're back saying that you're calling them out. I mean, maybe you aren't calling those guys out, but I'd imagine that you'd be, I mean, they're like kind of they're the Beavis and Butthead over there. I can't imagine who else you're talking about. but you were just kissing their ass a couple weeks ago after blowing up on us after we've been cool for a couple months. So I'm confused. I'm just confused by the behavior. We've had plenty of people come up on the show recently, very excited about the show, and then vanish once they figured out what's going on here. But this is all Mark Passio stuff I'm doing, you know, like this isn't anything I'm making up. Fucking Steve, fucking Ninja Warrior back there. Holy crap.
Don't let me interrupt you. My bad.
Yeah, I thought it was more. I don't even look.
Keep it up.
I don't even look at it as a Mark Passio. I look at it as like this is kind of how it is. Natural law. We need to speak the truth situation. When people get upset and fluttered and disappear, I'm like, okay, well, that's where you're at with it. See ya.
Well, and then the worst thing is that like these truther activists, they think they know everything already. So when you bring up anything to them, they violently that they don't know already, they violently respond to it. And
you're real low.
We lost you.
Yeah. Oh, it's really bad. Am I back?
Yeah. Yep. You're good.
Okay.
First, then you can get on people to make those same corrections. I would never get on somebody to make corrections that I haven't made in myself first. You make the correction in yourself first. That's shadow work. Then you get on other people to make the corrections. That's painful influence. That's telling other people that they have to force their shadow work.
Since they're not
this
doing
isn't
it
about
themselves.
like, I've made some improvements in my life, and that's everybody else's path in their life. Wrong. Everybody's path affects and intersects everybody else's path. That's the law of one. That's the true law of one. Petty tyranny is the answer once we've done shadow work. That's why if I deliver the shadow work seminar at some point in the future, probably in later 2025, I'm going to talk about at the end section what petty tyranny is and why it's such a good thing. And the problem is no one wants to do it because it'll get you hated. It'll get you fucking ejected from society, essentially. This is why everybody loves my earlier work and no one wants to hear what I'm saying now, when this is the most important thing anybody could be listening to. But they don't want to hear the later Mark Passio. They want to go back to the nice guy Mark, who was sitting there pretending to be a really super nice guy so that people would listen to him. Until they fucking failed to do anything to make any fucking course corrections in the world. And then we got fucking the COVID war. We got that macro tyranny dumped on our fucking asses.
Yeah.
You know? Which I was telling people is coming, it's coming, it's coming. This is going to be the fucking choice point. This is going to be the choice point. I'm telling you, another big one's coming. It's going to deal with war. It's going to deal with fucking real mass death. You think they did anything harmful to people, and we still don't know what the effects of these fucking shots are going to be long term. You think that is a big deal? This was a fucking early beta test compared to what they have planned. They're going to come for billions. They're going to have billions dead. Not millions, billions. Forget hundreds of millions. It's going to be thousands of millions of people dead. And I'm trying to explain that to motherfuckers for over 17 years, and they still don't want to listen. They still think this is a joke. They still think this is a game. They still think this is an act. They still think this is some fucking social circle. That's why I don't even like hanging out with people anymore.
Oh,
because they don't take this seriously. They're not taking action.
Yep.
I think most people in the whole freedom movement are just trash. You know? And I'll tell it to them if they give me half a minute.
That's what I say too.
I don't give a fuck.
Me neither.
I don't care what people think of me. I'm going to tell them the truth about where they're at and where the world's at.
Amen.
Oh.
And they want to play. Let's play and see what fucking happens. Because I'm not going to take kindly to somebody fucking trying to take some physical shot at me. I respect myself more than that. I'll say what's true. They want to take a swipe or a swing or some shot at me, they better get me on the first shot. You better get me on the first shot, is all I have to say. I ain't one of these people that's going to roll over on their fucking belly. You know? People think that's who I am. They're in for a fucking shock. They'll find out when they hear the blast go off next to their head. I'm done playing games with dumb people. It's going to be play silly games, win silly prizes. Because I don't give a fuck. I don't even care about staying alive in this shithole of a world. That doesn't mean I'm going to do anything to myself. But people want to play fucking games, they'll see what I'll be willing to do to somebody else. Because I'm done with human beings. I've been right the whole fucking time. And I got a big chip on my shoulder about it. I ain't like other fucking hosts of shows that are worried about money and still want to talk nice to people. I got a big fat fucking chip on my shoulder about where my life went because I did the right thing.
You can't fit through the door.
And other people are trash, not me. They're trash. So trash wants to take a shot at me. You better get it done on the first shot. Because unlike people who are fucking self-loathing losers, I actually do care about myself and have self-love activated within me. And that means I ain't going to take shit from a piece of shit. And that's what people who don't understand what I understand and have been teaching for this many years at this point are. They're just pieces of shit. So, again, this is generally, and I'm not singling anybody out, but it's generally why I don't really want to talk about what on earth is happening stuff. I'd rather talk about technology and how I can get people to master it so that they can talk about this stuff. Because quite frankly, this is why I'm going off the air. I'm going off the air and I'm going to do one presentation a year. I don't know if I'm ever coming back with what on earth is happening. I did it for an additional 5 years.
Maybe
or 6 years than I when I originally went offline off air with the first what was it 196 podcasts, and I've been doing it for what we did 2019.
Hey Christopher, welcome to the show.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
What's up, Chris?
Hey,
how's it going, man?
Are you guys echoing? Do you hear an echo?
No, you sound good.
I hear a little bit of one.
Echo.
How's it going, man? Can you hear us?
You're muted.
Oh, you might be muted. We were hearing you good. Let's look at Bob for a while. John Bob.
Yeah.
Peak male specimen.
There he
John
is.
Bob.
You know, to respond to Lubas, is that am I saying your name right? Is that Lubas?
Lube ass. Lube
Is that
ass.
Lubas? Lubas. Oh my
Lube
God,
ass.
that's fucking every goddamn fucking time. Lubas, just to respond to you really quickly. It could be. He could be, you know, but I feel like that's not important who Mark Passio is. It's the message that they're discussing about what he's saying about. I mean, from my understanding, from all the people that I've talked to that are Mark Passio fans, other than the group that's here, dude, you're really right. Like, they fucking suck. They're full of shit. Like, they want to argue the dumbest shit in the world that doesn't make any fucking sense. I don't even understand what the conversation is half the time. It's something else, man. I don't follow Mark Passio at all. The only time I ever listen to him is when I'm on this right here. So
sick.
I agree with him. Though. I mean, so far he's not wrong.
Yeah. Well, it's because these guys they listen to some of his stuff and they just their heads explode and they think that they're like flying on this fucking they're like doing meditation and flying in the world, and like they see everything and they understand it. It's like, dude, you haven't done shit yet. Like, we've been brainwashed for generations and generations and generations, and like doing shadow work is unlearning all that shitty stuff and completely changing how you think. So, if you just got into this stuff, or even for a couple years, like it's taken me over a decade to kind of like figure out how things are, and I still don't know shit. So if you're not actively, like, that's why I harp on fucking Pedini so much, because the dude isn't actively learning anything and hasn't in years.
Oh, I agree.
Yes, I'm trying to brainwash you all, and I'm trying to brainwash you all into my death cult. My
Dude,
vegan death cult.
Vegan death cult.
That checks out.
Human death.
Human death cult.
The whole idea is like,
you there?
And get better. At
you there, Christopher?
Yeah, I am.
We hear you fine. So if you
Okay,
can
cool.
hear us, you're all good. So what's up,
Yeah,
man? What's your story?
Just maybe to add to what you're saying, because when it gets right down to it, you cannot argue with the truth.
Yeah.
At some point,
you can, but you sound stupid.
Yeah, you're spinning your wheels saying the same shit that you already know is not true. At that point, you're lying to yourself. And if you have no self-respect, then you're just going to pass that projected on to everybody else, because that's what you're doing. You're contributing to the problem now.
Well, they're like crypto status still. They're still, they claim to be against the state, but are still in the mindset of a statist, of someone who is a slave and accepting of being definitely accepting and even encouraging of being a statist. But online they talk about anti-statist stuff all day. But really they just want to socialize again. It all comes back to that, this social scene, and who said what on what podcast, or doing 1 million podcasts a week about with no good content.
I've actually
but
fought with that myself.
People just don't want to change. They take one step away from statism and claim to be like, this godly creature and all knowing of everything, when they aren't. And they're trying to like, and it just irritates me when I see people like that, and they're trying to teach and they're trying to make money from teaching. It's just like, fuck out of here. Fuck out of here, man.
I'm still learning.
What Slav think? Slav's in his bat cave.
Can y'all hear me?
He is in his bat cave.
Yeah, I'm still learning. Like I mean, I put out some stuff, and like we broke through a cult, James True cult, with my buddy, but I don't think I could have gotten out of there without Mark's teaching, with like not like the teaching that he learned, but that I got from him, like that. And you always got to get better. I mean, you got to make strides. Like, I went to this dude's house, the fucking James True. I was up.
Can you tell us the story of this guy, because I know very little.
Yeah, he's a
cult leader, huh?
He's a former military like mind control programmer. Like like the way I envision him is like one day you'd wake up and you'd get up and you'd see he'd get up, and then you see a helicopter approaching, and then the chopper will land. Well, this is back when Aquino was alive, but what I envisioned was Aquino would get out of the helicopter and walk right up to James and be like, "So, how's the flock this time?" And then he would answer, "Oh, the crop is doing fairly well." And like there'd be like a scene of like cult followers just ready to off themselves at any given moment. Like that's what
I think you're on oxygen because you're sick.
Oh yeah, let's meet up, dude. We'll see how sick I am, dude. No, this is
getting pretty yoked. I don't know.
This is Brown's gas. So like, it helps a lot of shit. So in any event, this guy is just, he hypnotizes people through his YouTube channel and lures them into these like Zoom meetings or Telegram groups or whatever, and he gets people to interact with these scenes and like these type of struggle sessions, kind of like Jim Jones did. And yeah, I mean, he was just playing us the whole time. What he would do is he'd make everybody put on their camera, like in a Zoom, and then he'd like run, like talk about something or like something he's into, and then see what other people are talking about. But he would, I swear to God, he would go home, smoke a bunch of meth, and just watch all the reactions to everything that's going on, and pinpoint a script for everybody to run. And then he'd run these script, and then he'd hold control over it because he knows who's into what, because he sits in front of the screen and trips out and like figures out by like reading people's facial expressions what topics they're into. And then he would run a script. Like one time it was about weed, and like half the people wanted, to keep weed in the group, and half the people didn't want it. And like he was just playing it the whole time, and he was using that to like excommunicate certain people out of the group. And like it like he played it so it wasn't even him, and like he knows how to do that shit. And I mean, he was on a fucking podcast with Rose 777, and this shit's gone. I don't know who has it. Maybe somebody has it. But this motherfucker was just like the question was, how did you get your skills in like reading people and like judging emotions and shit? And he's like, well, I was involved in youth council, and I would, take these, they would take these kids up into the mountains. I mean, it's horrific. Like what he said on there is absolutely horrific. And he was recently on the conference that Will put on, Funnel 5, and we warned him. We were like, Will, like, watch out for James True. He's a fraud. He's a cult leader. He's a fuck up. Like, watch out for him. Don't, and lo and behold, what do I see? Funnel 5, whatever, Freedom Under Natural Laws is his conference. I forget which one it is. I mean, it was very recent, and they had him on, and I was like, what the fuck? He's on here, and he's talking about
this guy said stuff about cannibalism and child abuse and all kinds of stuff. Like it's all okay because it's natural. Like he's got some crazy hot takes.
He's a pure like Satanist. Like he excused everybody who looking for an excuse to fucking be a fucking vampire or like zombie or something. They go to him and they become worse than that. Like it's just like what he attracts, like the type of people, like what the games they're running is like. They would like lie to you and tell you, oh, that person was looking at child porn, and I was like, what? And like they would plant that in your head while you're at the retreat. It was like after October Flattoberfest, and it's like, oh well, we're taking them down here, and then he told me he was like looking through all this, and I was like, why would I believe this guy? And like, what are they trying to run on me? But like, I was already there, and I had to just keep my wits about me, but they didn't really try to press anything else. I mean, it's weird, man. It's fucked up. Like these people hopped on the scene right around COVID, and they just came out of nowhere, and like they're just expert class hypnotists. Like they
so back in the day, when I was working with Adam Kokesh, he went to jail, and I kind of had to run his channel and all this stuff and deal with all his business stuff. There was this guy named Rob Gray who had run a coin minting company called the Mulligan Mint back in 2012. Do you remember this, Steve? So during peak libertarianism time in the USA, Ron Paul 2012, there was a libertarian-owned coin minting company, and they were taking mad orders. They hired Adam Kokesh to be their spokesperson, right? And they started making an Adam Kokesh coin, and he was selling them. And what ends up happening is that the guy Rob Gray, who owned the Mulligan Mint, was a expert. Yeah, no, Rob Gray owned Mulligan Mint. Okay. Kokesh was their spokesperson.
Well, you said somebody robbed somebody, or Rob Gray? Rob Gray.
Rob Gray. Yeah, that's the guy's name. So, turns out that this guy's a world-renowned hypnotist. And it turns out that Adam was actually very much against what Rob Gray until he met Rob Gray. And then he became Rob Gray's pit bull, who's going to argue. And then when it turned out that Rob was scamming people, Adam stuck up for him for like a long time. And this dude ended up getting like federal time, or like he ended up stealing millions and millions and millions of dollars from libertarians. He had like taken people's gold bullion to melt them into coins and never gave it back. Millions and millions and millions of dollars. And he fled to China. He fled to China. All this crazy shit I find out. But that dude hypnotizes people. And guess who else knows how to hypnotize people? Adam Kokesh. So he got hypnotized and learned how to hypnotize. But I've watched him hypnotize people. I've watched him take his, just put his hands on a hater and they just fall in love with him. And I've seen people sell their houses to go help the guy and, completely change their lives in order to just stand by the dude and like be on his side. And it always baffled me. And he did it to me. I gave up a lot trying to help that dude change the world.
Lessons, bro.
This hypnosis shit is really fucking crazy. It's almost like a weird occulted technology or a natural thing that we have some sort of access to. I don't know if it would work on me. I'd imagine.
Have you?
I don't know.
MK Ultra
doing it.
Yeah. But
have you ever heard of neuro-linguistic programming?
Yeah, NLP.
Yeah,
it's very much right in line with that.
Very real. Yeah,
it's almost like you gotta know what they're doing there just to defend against it.
Yeah. Is that like fucking MK Ultra? Is that different?
No, I look at what they were doing with that as a experimental level on an individual scale, like with certain people, and now it's on a massive scale. But you say this shit, that's conspiracy theory. See, that's another fucking tactic, man. Because conspiracy, if you're talking about criminology, it's people conspiring to commit harm.
Yeah,
definitely. It's no different than a homicide detective seeking evidence as to what was going on for a homicide. Are there two or more bodies involved? That's conspiracy theory too. He's got to put it together in order to even come up with a solid case.
Yeah. Well, I think we can we could probably move on to something else, or should we watch the rest of this? We'll watch the rest of this for a little bit.
20, 21, 22, 23, and 24. 6 years. And I said I had 5 additional years of content minimum. I did 6 years, and I don't know if it's ever coming back because of this reason. All I can do is spew vitriol at people at this point. I've taught it nicely enough for a long enough period of time for every person on this garbage shithole of a planet to get it. And what they said to me is, fuck you. Go do more work, mule. That's what they said to me. Fuck you. That's for you, mule. You know? And I'd say more vicious, harder language. But I'll just say, it's like you're treating me like a fucking work mule. You know, like you go do it. Fuck you telling us to help. You do all the work yourself. You know? They didn't listen to one word from the beginning. And they think it's some fucking joke that I'm as mad and have as big of a chip on my shoulder about it as I do.
I love that we have real deal Satanists in the chat. We're attracting the right people, obviously.
That's why the people of this planet deserve everything that's coming to them, and the only thing that's coming to them is war and death, and that's what they should have. I wish the tyrants the best at exterminating people at this point. That's what the people of this planet deserve, and maybe the only thing that'll ever wake them up is enough deep death and suffering. They need depth of that. They don't need a little bit of it. They need so much that it's such misery that they want to die every moment. That's how much suffering this world needs to awaken it at this point. And they chose that instead of the way of knowledge. They chose the way of suffering and pain, and they didn't have to. That's the sickest and saddest part about it. And a species that chooses that pathway can only be a self-hating species. They can't be a species that chooses self-love. They're self-loathing pricks. So they're getting exactly the justice that the universe has designed into its cosmic matrix. That's what karma is. It gives us back exactly what our whole species has put out into the universe as a mirror. And it's been shit. And so now the universe is going to respond and give us back through the karmic mirror shit. Because that's what we put out into it. We put out a shit effort of garbage. And that's what humanity has been up to this point. What do you expect to get back karmically? Good things, good and nice tidings. And let's give them all the prosperity they could ever wish for. Yeah, it works that way. It works that way. And until people understand this is how karmic works, expect nothing but slavery, death, and extinction. That's all this species is ever going to get. I'm telling you, expect a ramp-up effort on the part of the extermination squad of the globalist satanic eugenicists. They are going to ramp their effort up where they're going to get over 1 billion people next time. People think COVID was something bad. That's nothing. That's a beta test. That's nothing compared to what's coming. And you're seeing their rhetoric. They want nuclear war. They want global thermonuclear war. They're selling to people this is a winnable scenario instead of mutually assured destruction, as it was always seen historically since the invention of these types of weaponry. And secondly, we have way more powerful weaponry than hydrogen bombs. People don't even understand what scalar interferometry can do. It can melt continents. We can have the continents fucking liquefied with scalar weaponry. And people don't even know that shit exists because they haven't studied occult science. So that's how karma works. That's the long and short of it. And all I can say is until a small portion of humanity teaches the bulk of humanity the true difference between right and wrong, and not to support authority, because the very concept of authority is slavery, and by supporting authority you're a slavery supporter. Expect extreme, amplified, viciously negative karmic consequence. Don't just expect it. Know that that's all that can manifest. Nothing else can manifest.
Nothing but
it's
bad
impossible.
karma for the rest of your life.
Because that's the way the laws of nature function. And then people want to say, I hear morons online saying, anybody that says that the universe works a certain way, they're just an egotistical moron. Yeah, because again, this is a jerk-off religionist that actually believes in their feeble fucking idiot brain that the whole universe was designed by a masochistic, a sadist God that designed all the laws of nature such that they could never be known by the mere puny mortals that exist within the creation. God is not a torturer. God is not a torturer. God doesn't torture. God provides everything we need, but it doesn't do the work for us.
Mm-hmm.
And there's people in the world that think God is a torturer. It makes the universe, and the laws that the universe is bound by, and all the consciousness in the universe are bound by, are unknowable. So therefore, we can never know. There's no such thing as knowledge. This is solipsism. This is postmodernism, and it more infinitely blasphemous than any of those things, which are blasphemous enough as ideologies. It's the idea that the God of all creation is a torturer. No, it's the perfect provider of justice. That's the engine that runs this whole universe. It's a perfect justice engine. It's not a torture machine. This is the whole mindset of the Satanists, that the universe is a torture chamber. That's why they act the way they do. They're convinced of that from a worldview perspective. And therefore, they're going to torture everybody else if they have to be tortured in the big torture machine called the universe. We're just going to get one over on God. Since he's torturing us, we're going to torture everybody else. That's their whole worldview. That's not what karma is. That's not what the universe is. Karma simply reflects back to us what we're putting out into the universe. And we are putting out garbage as a species into the creation. The creation is going to respond by giving us so much garbage that we either have to go extinct, or we need to realize we're getting all this garbage because that's what we've been producing all this time, and that's how karma works. It's not that hard, folks. This is not that difficult to understand and to grasp. And the problem is our species is so dumbed down and fucking retarded that we act like it's the most difficult thing ever in the history of creation to possibly understand and integrate into our mindset and our worldview. So that's the long and short of it there, Alicia.
My goodness, Mark, thank you so much. My heart breaks open, and thank you for being you and doing all that you have, and know that every single person listening on here, I'm sure, is feeling it for you and is.
So my response to all these douchebags, to the whole, why are you trying to destroy the One Great Work Network, or why are you trying to destroy Will Keller? It's like, no, I'm trying to make these guys better. They're not going in a trajectory that looks good, and I'm going to point it out, because that's what we're supposed to do to our peers. If we plan on living without government someday, because if we lose government and if we lose government tomorrow, we're fucked, because nobody's ready to not have government. We have to change the masses, clearly, how the masses thinks. Unfortunately, we have a lot of work to do. That's why we're here doing this stuff. And that's why we demand from our peers that we know what's going on. We hold them to even higher standard than just people on the street. And especially if they hang out for a long time, it's like, okay, you need to be doing better. We started off nice with these guys, but they got nasty, so we got nasty. It's not the right way of dealing with things necessarily, but we're all on our path to, being in line with natural law or whatever, or Jesus or whoever you guys believe in. And we're learning stuff every day. Not that, yeah. So I don't know. I just don't understand why these guys are asking me these dumb questions when Mark harps on this shit all the time. It's probably because these guys don't watch his work. They watched a couple videos and they paid to be in his class, and they just wanted the clout from being near him and around people that are near him. I've seen it happen a million times in the freedom movement, people. Like, I've been around a lot of celebritarians. It's the same thing around every circle of these guys, whether they're Luke Gradowski or Adam Kokesh or Ron Paul or any of these dudes. There's a weird social circle around these guys usually, and you got to kind of keep your eye on people, a little bit extra.
And keep in check with yourself, because again, we all have that. We all want to find our tribe, right? We're social animals. We have that drive, and so we have to keep in check with ourselves and keep in check with what our goal is, what the great work is, and not get our impulses, our social impulses, don't let those get into the way of speaking truth, essentially.
Yeah. What do you think, Christopher? Welcome to broadcasting.
Oh, I've already been putting content out there, just not as sophisticated. I'm a step work in progress. I've already taken Mark's course once. I intend to take it again at some point if I can get the resources, and he's still doing it, hopefully. I hate to hear that he's having such a hard time bringing in funds. That's terrible, man. And I feel bad because I want to help, but I am limited myself. It's like, fuck. So how do we get that out?
You could retake the class if you took it once.
See, that's just it. I didn't know if that was the case or not.
I think so.
Do that, but
there's one going on now. You can jump into it, I think.
I'll
how to beat the new media class. Yeah.
It starts again in January.
I do know that.
Alicia said it starts. Alicia's the one who asked Mark that question. She just said that it starts again in January.
Yeah, I did see that. Because is he doing 2 times a year, or is he
probably twice a year?
Yeah, I think that's what he's going to do now. I mean, I really think it's a really good value. I mean, if you think about like a college course, you get some shithead like professor that's like, retarded, or you can get Mark. But like for the professor, you'd be paying like 10, 15 grand, and for Mark, like $500, $600, $700. Why is there even like a question? Like,
there's not a question. This is a question of getting how to, that's it. Where I'm sitting right now.
So Christopher, you mentioned earlier in the chat, someone's echoing a little bit, that you recently stopped eating meat.
Yes. So I've taken that step. The beginning of the year was pretty profound, and I had taken up Mark on that challenge years back, like way before he wasn't even on video platform yet. And he was talking about the vegan, the carnism. It was like the first time he had presented and said, look, anybody who's going to come on here and argue to eat meat, argue in favor of that, you better have watched Earthlings.
Yeah.
And it was older, so it had already played, but I was listening to it. And I was having a hard time getting myself to go and watch it because of the hard time he had watching it. I finally forced myself to do so. And it was like November of 2021. And I was I don't know how to describe it. But it took me to the beginning of this year before I was able to make that complete. And I'm not done yet, And I'm coming from the standpoint of a former hunting, growing up hunting and fishing. I know what taking a life is. I never taken a human life. I'm a veteran, but not combat. I believe, is it Christian? Yeah, I've not been in country. I wasn't sent. I had 3 years left, but they didn't send me. I don't know why.
It's good, man. You're lucky for that, honestly.
Yeah.
Good for you there.
The ironic part is I injured myself a week before I left for boot camp. Seriously, like I didn't realize how serious, and I went through 4 years and didn't know it. Shoulder injury. It's lucky I didn't break my neck.
A lot of people get broken in basic.
No, it was before that. Before I even left.
Oh, before that. Ooh.
Yeah, I shouldn't have left. Like it should have kept me out. Like, I would have needed major surgery and didn't know I had. Like, that's how I'm built. Like I didn't notice that. Weird as that sounds.
No, I get it. You learn to block it out, and then you kind of just forget, and then it comes back eventually.
But it diminished my, ability to complete. I couldn't get past 10 pull-ups and shit like that. Didn't know why.
So, well, one, congratulations. We rarely hear of anyone falling through these days. And even though it took you a couple years, you actually came around to it. That's really good. Obviously, stopping eating meat is the hardest part. Especially if like what you said, you grew up hunting and stuff. That's a lot of shadow work you had to do that on your own. So that's very commendable. And
but the last time I hunted was, sorry.
When was it? No, go ahead.
The last time I actually hunted was over 20 years ago, shortly after I got out, separated.
Yeah.
It was like accurate shot, and I felt terrible right after looking upon.
Yeah.
And I couldn't do it again. But then I'm doing, what's worse, going to the supermarket,
You've been,
going that route. So if I'm ever, in the position where I have to eat, an animal, I'm going to do it myself. I can't do that. Like pass that off onto somebody else. It's on me.
Yeah.
The dirty work is on me. And I best make sure it's going to be accurate and immediate so that there's no unnecessary suffering. And it doesn't make it right. Definitely. It's not.
Yeah.
You don't like
as
it.
Well, as would most. Yeah. Like most of us would agree with that. Most reasonable vegans would be like, well, if it's life or death, and that's a lot of the argument is everyone likes to cherry pick their ancestors to justify their diet. But those were different times. And we've had a lot of debates on here with Christians who say that the Bible, veganism is against the Bible and all kinds of stuff. And it's just like, dude, for one, those were different times. They were surviving back then, so right off the bat, Jesus didn't have supermarkets to go to, if you believe that whole story. He didn't have supermarkets like we do. So, and it's just like, I don't know, it's all weird, but yeah. So for sure, congratulations and welcome. And thank you for taking that step. So we're all big fans of Mark here and the great work, and but we do have some criticisms of Mark, and one of them is the kind of leeway he's given his students between going vegetarian and vegan. He took very long time, and he's kind of taken his own anecdote and placed it in his work as like, oh, well, it took me 12 years, so you can take as much time as you want to. And you had mentioned earlier that you were giving yourself a 5-year timeline to go vegan. And I was, I definitely, that perked my ears up, and that was definitely something I wanted to talk to you about. So I would love to talk about that.
So the way I'm looking at it is like this, veganism sounds like, so we're not just talking about plant-based diet. You're talking about a way of life, right? You're talking about,
it's a lifelong commitment to animals and sentient beings,
right?
Lower sentient beings.
So what I'm saying is it's like this is a philosophy and a way of life and the highest ideal to aim for, I would say. All right. So when I say I'm giving myself 5 years, what I'm saying now, because it bothered me probably about a month and a half ago. And I was at a family gathering, and I have a cousin who actually had gone vegan some years back. Then she had stomach issues, and the doctors were telling her that she had to, have at least a meat sometimes.
Yeah, meat'll fix it.
Right.
Yeah.
And so she did that. She started feeling a little better. But recently, when I was there, she had said that at that point, it was like the first weekend after Labor Day. And she had said that she had been off meat now at that point for a week. And I had mentioned, when I got there, one of my other family members, and I was like, oh, I'm not eating meat now. And this person was grilling, and he's like, oh, well, then there's nothing for you here, being flippant and all that, joking around, I suppose.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
I said, oh, well, no worries. I'm prepared. I brought my own, roasted veggies, So
Nice.
I'm not sitting here expecting people to make concessions here for me. Don't worry about it. Just do what you're going to do, because that's what you think is okay to do. And that is upon them. I have no control over that. And if they ask me why I'm doing it, I'm going to flat out say it's for moral reasons, a principle moral reason.
Let me ask you a question.
And I'm not looking to bash them what I'm trying to do is do the example first.
Yeah. People like making a big deal
you all the time. You say not to make a big deal out of it, but
easy on him, John Bob.
What? I'm not going to bust
easy on him, John
too
Bob.
hard, but honestly, when he
Here
says,
we go.
I'm not going to force it on him, or like, why participate in organized slavery? Why even break bread with people when they're literally harming defenseless animals? It's kind of a fucked up thing to participate in, isn't it?
I'm not disagreeing.
Yeah. I'm just saying.
Because I mean, the whole veganism thing, you're talking about it being a philosophy. It's anarchism. It's what we're all chasing. It's you not enslaving.
It is.
Yeah. It's you not enslaving another sentient being, which is what we want done to us. So I barely even like a lot of people make it into being a really big deal doing the vegan jump, and like I don't even see it as, you know, like there's like Mark talks about, oh, it's inherently harmful to just go vegan, and it's just like that's just not true. It really just isn't true. And you know,
you mean like cold?
It's completely in line.
You mean like cold turkey?
What's that?
Like cold turkey?
Both times I went vegan, it was cold turkey. Yeah. Or I mean,
I
went
did
like pescatarian. I went pescatarian for a while first. The second,
I don't
time.
even know what that is.
Oh, I jumped right into a 30-day. I literally went from being a full carny eater to fucking 30-day grape fast. Like I just ate grapes for 30 fucking days, and I rode BMX
like
daily.
That. You don't necessarily have to do anything like that.
No, I did. That's what I did, though. That's actually how I converted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
People stated it's good to do a cleanse just to flush kind of the rest of the junk out of you, because you're gonna have stuff fall out of you for a while.
Oh yeah, and your gut flora needs to change. They've done many studies on it.
So,
your bacteria, everything in your gut changes for the better. There may be a little transitional phase, but we're talking over a week. Let's say, you know, if you were to go cold turkey, there might be some like
you'd be a little
gas,
stinky maybe for a little bit.
Stinky? Oh, like from like purging or something.
Yeah.
But
I had bowel issues for sure. I think we all did when we converted.
Yeah, but I've been vegan before, and like I broke, and like I'm vegan again now, and I feel like honestly it's way worse going back to eating meat. Like those changes are like terrible.
Yeah.
Like, but going vegan, it's just like, oh well, you know, I gotta just be patient and like these cravings. I gotta
really good point.
I don't know. I haven't went back yet.
Olives, some capers, something salty in place of the meat, like something like, you know, there's some kind of
potatoes, man,
cheese or something instead of cheese or something. Like there's these substitutes now, they're so close, and
they're so good.
So this weekend we're having a barbecue up at our spot, and we got all these boomers up here, right? And we're gonna be making carrot dogs, which I don't know if you've ever had a carrot dog before.
Oh yeah,
a carrot hot dog. It's shocking how similar they taste to a regular hot dog in consistency and everything.
If you do them right.
Yeah, you got to do it right though. But we're gonna be feeding like veggie burgers and hot dogs to all these boomers that have like vegan kids and shit. So it's gonna be pretty funny. We're gonna film everyone's reaction to the garden
it's in a hot dog. I was like just thinking about like what's in a hot dog, man. Like
the same shit that's in a hot dog is in dairy too, though. That's the problem. Like it's all gross shit.
All nasty
morally,
shit.
When it comes down to it morally it still requires slavery.
Hey Chris,
so you're still eating hold on a sec. You're still eating eggs and dairy, basically?
Yeah. So
eggs, a lot of people like to look over. A lot of people like to look over at chickens as like kind of being like, oh, well, they're just leaving these eggs for me. But in reality, they're risking their life out in the field all day to collect all those calories in hope of having a baby. And then if they don't get the egg fertilized, they eat it so they don't have to go back out and risk their lives to collect those calories again. So in a way, there's still quite a bit of slavery going on because you're enslaving this animal to risk its life every day for calories that is getting taken away from it. And chickens are immensely sentient. I don't know if you've had chickens. I've had chickens. I could sit and watch chickens for hours because they all have their own little fucking personalities and they're the pecking order and everything. They're so much fun to watch. Yeah. And so like the chicken thing is like Will Keller used that argument against us once. He's all, oh, these chickens that just live wild in my yard, they just leave eggs for me. And it's like, that's not what they're doing, bro. Like they get mad if you take their eggs. Trust me, you know, like, so they're just kind of dumb copes that these guys have. No offense, but it's not in line with natural law. That's for sure. There's a lot of reasons why the egg thing is kind of sketchy, and the dairy thing. People thought, oh, dairy, you're not hurting the cow. Sure, back in the day when you had a cow, you probably weren't hurting that much by taking milk and
a little bit from time to time.
But these days, it's a completely different story. There's a lot of death involved with the dairy industry, and it's just gross. When you once you quit it, like John Bob said, or someone said, once you go back, you're just like, ew. And I did that for a while, and I had vegan guilt the whole time, and I thought it was gross the whole time, but I would just became brainwashed again, and I wasn't sticking to my morals that I'd learned when I was young. So, there's a lot of stuff wrong morally with the dairy and egg industry and all that stuff.
I really recommend the that documentary Dairy is Scary. Dairy is Scary.
I have not seen that, actually.
Yeah,
that's all right.
I'll have to put that one down. I mean, me and John Bob, we like to point out that when you're eating eggs, it's would you ever eat a woman's menstrual cycle? Would you ever do that? Like when a woman's like bleeding out and doing her thing, like would you ever like eat a woman's menstrual cycle? No, but like when you eat a bird, like you're literally eating his menstrual cycle. It's kind of weird.
Oh, look, like I told you in the chat, like I'm afraid that
it's pretty whack, bro.
What's gonna pop out, right? It's like, and that does happen, and it,
pretty whack, bro.
Well, not only that, it feminizes you, dude. It's filled with fucking hormones and saturated fat and cholesterol. Cholesterol clogs arteries. Your fucking dick's an artery. And then, if it's a female chicken, there's plenty of fucking estrogen in there. It'll fucking... They want us eating meat because
it throws off the balance.
It makes us docile. It makes us fucking weak. There's a reason our forefathers had a revolution over a couple cents, and we're just the frogs in the hot water. You know what I mean? That shit's boiling, guys. That. Sorry, I get excited.
When I was a child, I couldn't even.
John Bob is a peak male specimen. Sorry.
Oh, I know. Look,
Health,
man,
number one piece.
I'm joking.
Past few.
I'm not.
But recent episodes here, man. I've been listening in. Right,
thanks, man.
Cool.
That's good. Cool.
Thank you.
So I know what's been going on,
man. There's only a few of you out there.
Well, I
think our numbers are growing. People are watching.
Serious about it, you know.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I'd like to think we're nice guys. John's a fucking asshole, but I like to think we're nice guys.
Nah, I'm not a nice guy. I'm not. I'm a kind guy when it's called for. Giving kind.
A lot of people are like that. That's why it's not fully necessary to have this community. Everyone's talking about community. It's like we don't have to. It's not fully necessary to have a community.
No, we need to normalize whistleblowing.
Yeah,
well, I was looking for connections. I'm like, you guys you're in it. Like, who best to learn it from? Yeah. If there is any kind of, when you think about it, it's like, look, who can argue in favor of factory farming to begin with? Like, what the fuck is that? To begin with, factories,
it's a shit show.
Corporate farming,
hell on earth.
Family farm disappeared here because of that shit. Like,
it is.
I remember parents talking about hog lots being put in nearby, and they fought hard against that because just the smell and hearing this shit. It's terrible. Like, and then that shit gets in. Recently, they did in hometown here, about 30 miles from where I am now, but where I grew up, and they put something in, like, it's running off into the fucking drinking water and shit. This is so.
Yeah.
Stupid.
Well, have you guys seen the show Sharp Objects? Well, it's on somewhere you can find it. It's called Sharp Objects, but it's like a regular NPC TV show, but it was based in a town of hog farms, and it's basically like a very good example of the moral problems that happen in towns like that, where there's more hogs being killed than people that live there, and it's kind of an interesting show if you want to check it out, but kind of vegan background with that. Unintentionally vegan show, unintentionally morally like throughout the whole show there's like scenes of like slaughterhouses and shit, and it's just like kind of they're dealing with people that are crazy because they've been around that shit too much, but it's a pretty cool show. Sharp Objects. The main actress sucks, but it's a decent show.
Are you guys seeing this fucking comment here? Based Chad Thunderjaw.
I'm attracting the right people to this channel. I need more like these, more dudes like this around. Like versus Lube Ass.
Well, fucking isn't Allie like really good with this stuff, or Christian? Aren't both you guys pretty good with this stuff?
Well, I'll just step through it really, really quickly, buddy. All the cholesterol that you need in your life is developed by your own body. Isn't that unbelievable? And get this, you get like a 20% marker if some stupid shit, how you add it up, your body just somehow gets extra cholesterol out of it. But at no time do you ever need to add cholesterol to your body like you consistently think you do. For some reason, you think a car runs on the shell, and that's not how that works. What is cholesterol? Cholesterol is kind of like a shell to a car, right? Because in the end, it doesn't run on anything. It can't go anywhere without anything, but you kind of need the system of it in the first place. But then you add all the nutrient to it, which would be the motor, and then boom, on our way to digestion and absorption. I really don't understand what it had. Yeah, hop in, bud. Nobody's denying the fact that the body needs cholesterol. What we're saying is the body naturally develops cholesterol as long as you have a healthy diet.
I don't believe you. It's not like the liver could produce cholesterol. We could Google it and prove that shit wrong.
Google's wrong. We need to break that conglomerate up.
Google.
So I was going to ask about Christspiracy, by the way.
Yeah.
I didn't see it. I paid for it. Didn't even see it.
You fucking dick.
Fuck you, asshole.
I'm so butthurt about you not showing up.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
But it looks like a pretty. I mean, the couple guys that have actually seen it aren't on the show tonight. I don't know where Bracky is. He's snoozing. But it seems like a pretty
I gotta keep up with.
Thorough, a thorough investigation of whether or not, because there's a lot of evidence that that Jesus was vegetarian and or vegan. And there's so many characters in the Bible that were vegetarian. It was shocking once I started looking into it recently. Just so I knew what I was talking about a little bit in debates. I was blown away by how many people didn't eat flesh and stuff in the Bible. So, these guys that are using the Bible as an excuse to eat meat are completely full of shit. I got all the time people, you're going against the Bible because you don't eat meat. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Now we're bringing these guys up here and they're leaving with their tail between their legs because we're learning, they're pushing us to learn more and we're finding these things out. But yeah, Christspiracy looks really good. If you can see it, I heard it's great. We've covered a little bit of it, but maybe it'll be out so we can actually watch it sometime. I'll have to hit the guy up and ask him if I could show it on the show. He probably won't let me though. But
yeah, because I was hearing it was hard to find.
You'll see Jones Plantation?
No, I'm not really.
Yes, I did.
Garland Farms, Larkin Rose. I can't with that guy.
I can't fucking with Larkin Rose. Fuck Larkin Rose.
Yo, bro, you got to see it because honestly, Larkin barely had any, like, aside from being in it, and like he had no creative, like.
Oh, he didn't. I thought he did the whole thing.
No, dude.
No, he did.
He's the luckiest fucking person in the whole world.
I think Steve probably. Yeah.
You know
Go
what?
ahead.
I'll watch it, and I feel like I'm
Let Steve finish.
In Anarchapulco, he met this director guy that was like, "Oh, I'll just do it for you," and like, dude.
Because he made it sound like he raised every cent and wrote it and did the music and did everything.
That would check out. That would check out.
He funded it. This guy funded this shit. He like did it all for him. Larkin is the luckiest fucking guy where he has just some kind of like bedside manners. I don't know what the fuck is up with him, but he got this guy to make the whole movie for him, and the guy is actually good at making movies. And he put in this occult shit that like Larkin would have never thought to put occult shit in his shit because he doesn't even touch the occult, which we get on him about all the time. And like he put like actual Satan worship and occult shit in the movie to show what this slave driver they brought in was about. So I mean, I'd recommend watching.
So the truth comes out.
It's a good movie. They did a good job.
I don't seriously have a problem with Larkin or his message. I've just had bad experiences with him and his presentation. He's quite a bit of a hothead, and I just don't really get along with hotheads very well. And he's just very like everything that Larkin can teach, I learned 10 years ago, really, for the most part. I just don't.
He doesn't practice what he preaches. That's my big problem.
He really doesn't like me. Sorry. He really doesn't like me, so it's really fun for me to kind of mess with him.
Same.
It's
he hates me.
Like we've had people come on the show and say that he should be killed, and they're like, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
That's a lot.
We had this crazy lady up here once saying that since he's a part of a hierarchy that he should be killed, and we're like, "You've lost your mind." Like,
he's a goof.
Super friends with Larkin Rose here, but we don't want him dead. Like, are you crazy?
Well, he caught me in an argument where like I pretty much had to say that, but in any event, like Larkin, he's like a my freedom guy, he's a my freedom type guy, you know what I mean? Like he does disseminate this stuff, but with the argument with the animals, like the sentience of the animals and like their lives don't belong to us, he doesn't want to go there. He doesn't want to delve into the occult either. And it's known.
It's very elementary.
Yeah.
It sounds
government.
like
that's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
He is very elementary.
Basic focus, and that's the political
elementary Watson,
which is fine. It's just not my thing.
I just had him figured out since the day I met him. The first conversation I had with the guy, I just kind of realized what kind of person he was, and I didn't like him. He was kind of just pieced together, and then kind of from that point on, I realized that he doesn't even practice what he preaches. He is just saying one thing and doing the complete opposite.
Are you guys still talking about Larkin Rose's beta ass?
No, John. John, stop. This is John's best friend, actually. John loves Larkin Rose. They used to hold hands.
I was actually in the same room with him recently. Even though like, supposedly threatened his life, like he was so scared. Like, Jesus, come on,
man. I don't know.
Crazy
like if I met Larkin Rose in person, I don't know if we would get along. Like
I knew him before he got famous. Me and John Bob both did. We knew before he even had a following. He was such a fuck always.
He lives right here. He lived like 10, 15 minutes away from here in fucking Brenathan. Like he was right here.
But as I went, I was coming across like his work or which I was trying to get what he's talking about, and then I started coming across Mark Passio's work. And his stuff was more in depth, and it was like I've had to listen to his podcast from number 1 on up, and just keep going back and doing that. Just keep going back and I'm still doing that, sometimes. Now I'm trying to like, okay, now what do I do with this? Is there some way that I can get this? Because people aren't listening, going out and listening to it from first podcast, because he's going through this shit, cult tactics and all. If there's a way that I could promote it, but then at the same time, how do I got to do my own work here.
Always.
By his podcast, like, people do not really appreciate what this man is given. It's like, I've almost from day one since he's been doing it. And then like 10 years ago, some shit freaking happened in my personal life. Lost my dad during that time. The most difficult fucking time we had, like, hardest thing we ever went through, my family and I. So when he came on recently and said, what the fuck you guys are talking about here, where my vegan diet is why I'm sick or something. What a crock of shit. He was talking about what was going on, that he had somebody in his personal life that was on their last days. Like, he's got to step away. I mean, fucking
this is how crazy people get over this subject, though. Like, we deal with this shit all the time.
Stuff, right? That's what I did. I went back and started listening to his podcast again. You don't like his harsh voice now? Well, then go back and listen to him when he was nice. He wasn't always
nicer.
Not even then. He wasn't nice about it. No, he was a bit kinder, maybe. Not as abrasive, but he has at some point. It's like he's already put so much out there. It's at least a lifetime worth of work right there already.
Absolutely.
What gives? Leave the man alone.
I don't think I've ever heard any of his older stuff. Actually, have we played any of Mark's older stuff on here yet?
His podcast,
not really. Mostly his new stuff, his latest stuff.
Audio,
but it's more fun and serious now. Yeah, the audio is like he was like on a radio station or something.
Yeah,
it sounds pretty bad.
But he edits it out, like the commercials get edited out. And it was on when he was beginning, starting out. So it became more sophisticated, It literally, he's living it by example. He's showing it right there, how you present it. He's got his slides and everything. You can go in there and download his slides and go through it.
Yeah.
He puts it all out there on his website. It's all available.
So this is a very, very, very interesting video. This is basically how the new age is brainwashing the masses. This guy, Matthew North, who does this presentation, has passed away. He was found with a bullet in him, and he didn't have a gun. This video is pretty heavy as far as any videos go that I come across. It's been banned on many, many times on YouTube. I'm pretty surprised it's gotten my repost here has gotten 6.5 thousand views, which is a lot of views. It hasn't been pulled yet, or it's at least a lot for just being on my page. But anyway, we're gonna watch it a while. It's very fascinating.
All right. So this is a presentation that I've wanted to do for about a year now. I'm glad I'm finally getting around to doing it. So yeah, let's just get into it. I wanted to start by mentioning some of Joe Rogan's sponsors. This is going to be the theme of this presentation, is the corporate and cultural agendas that Joe Rogan is involved in. Now, this is the type of information that's not fun to research yourself. It's just better if someone presents it. So that's what I'm going to be doing. If you haven't yet, check out the work of Jan Irvin. He's a vet. He's been doing this forever. He was involved with Joe Rogan early on. He's actually the guy who gave him DMT originally. And he was offered positions. So he understands how this works, and he's covered it very well. Also, Jesse Spons. I would like to recommend his playlist for the intellectual dark web. He does some great research. Please check that out. I'm going to touch on the intellectual dark web a little bit. This is the rising centrist movement we see in this country, right? Trump is a monkey wrench, a chaos agent for a new, brave new world, a centrist movement, a unifying movement. All right. So let's start with Rogan's sponsors. So Cash App is a big one. Jones mentioned that. Okay, the Jack Dorsey connection, and then everybody that followed. So this has been covered at nauseum, so I'm not going to really focus on Cash App and Dorsey, but there are some that people looked over. So like 23andMe, this is a big one, directly sponsoring Rogan's podcast. So 23andMe is co-founded and owned by Ann Wojcicki, the Jewess. Okay. Anne is the sister of Susan Wojcicki, the Jewess who is the CEO of YouTube. I'm sure you're all familiar with her. And Anne was formerly married to
I think
Sergey
she
Brin,
passed
the
away
founder of Google.
recently.
Okay. So you should be aware of the 23andMe database system, the whole agenda with that. Rogan used to try to be slick with it, and he would just be like, oh, yeah, you should do the 23andMe because they tell you all your health risks. And, he would promote it. That's how his podcast works. Every other sentence in his podcast is a corporate plug or a cultural plug, a cultural agenda or a corporate agenda. For example, he'll mention some pasta that he gets from Italy and acts like he just likes the product. No, he's getting paid to do that. That's how his podcast works. Okay, people need to understand that. And his influence is beyond anything we've ever seen. His podcast is so influential because of its base in Los Angeles, and then also it spreads everywhere else. So you can set the trends in Los Angeles, and they spread everywhere else. And that's exactly what we see going on with Rogan. He is by far the most crucial asset for the information age at this point in time. Okay, and then another person who sits on the board and is high level in 23andMe is Esther Dyson. Now, I want to highlight her because of her involvement in commercial and privatized space, which is a common theme we see running through these Rogan Jones type networks. Okay, so as of early 2007, Dyson describes herself as spending more and more time on the private aviation and commercial space startups. Also in healthcare and genetics. Dyson is a founding member of Space Angels Networks and is invested in XCOR Constellation Services, Zero G, Icon Aircraft Space Adventures, and Mars One. Now, Mars One is a well-known scam. And I want you to think about how long commercial and privatized space has been in the conversation, right? There's a news article for it, at least once a week that somebody's taking the step for commercial space. And for decades, we've seen this. Richard Branson, et cetera, Elon Musk. What do we see come out of it? Nothing, because it's a scam. Now, it would be easier for you to understand this if you understand the scam that NASA is. Now, if you're completely unaware of that or unfamiliar with that subject, email me, northmattheww@gmail.com, and I will send you proof and evidence that NASA is a scam, scamming $52 million a day from the laughingstock of the world, U.S. taxpayers. Okay, so that's a common theme. Again, is commercial and privatized space that we see running through these networks. It's my contention that they're essentially funnels for that money to be funneled into other movements and other agendas, i.e. an information age asset like Joe Rogan. So let's move on to Elon Musk. Now, I believe, although Elon is not listed as a sponsor, he is a sponsor. And here's why I think that.
From Colorado.
But I did just get a Tesla. So I'm supporting the podcast. Well,
okay, did you hear that? Okay, he said, I did just
from Colorado.
But I did just get a Tesla. So I'm supporting the podcast.
I did just get a Tesla, so I'm supporting the podcast. How does that follow? Buying a Tesla supports Joe Rogan's podcast. Is Elon Musk subsidizing Rogan's podcast for an agenda?
Interesting.
For propaganda purposes? Absolutely. Absolutely. And we saw this demonstrated with the securing funded, when Elon smoked the blunt, when he hit the backwood on Rogan's podcast. That was them manipulating stock prices. That was completely fake. And there were plenty of YouTube videos that I posted in my community section, articles, but they all got scrubbed because Rogan has that much access and influence. They all got scrubbed. So a lot of people don't understand that when Elon Musk tweets funding secure at 420, and then he gets up there and puffs on the blunt, that was them manipulating stock prices. Provably them manipulating stock prices. That's what was going on there. That was fake. Joe Rogan's podcast is the realest fake thing you'll ever see. It's very scripted. It's very corporatized. And there's an agenda behind almost everything he does on that podcast. But it seems organic, but it's not. It's not. He'll also do things like, oh, what's that square state? How do they end up with the perfectly square state, acting like he doesn't know what Wyoming is? He's been to Wyoming. He understands what Wyoming is. He knows what that state is. But he acts like he doesn't for that interaction with his audience. So his audience can be like, oh, it's Wyoming, Joe, you idiot. He understands that. That interaction that he's getting with his audience is getting them engaged. It's that sophisticated. It's that controlled. He's looking for that engagement. Okay. And that's kind of a point that Jones made when he was on the podcast last time, which is a point I've been making for over a year now. And I have emails to prove that. But also Joe Rogan with Elon Musk, the Neuralink, which he's been promoting, right? The brain lace This is an agenda that he was promoting long before Elon Musk came out with the Neuralink. Now we're seeing this all over now. We're seeing brain chips, all this idea promoted everywhere. Where did it start? Who was the cultural change agent that originally started pushing this out into the collective unconscious, if you will? Well, Joe did. So let's listen to this from a recent podcast, 2019.
That used to hang around.
I think the cure is mind reading. And I think we're going to accept that cure because, Elon is working on some sort of neural link thing.
That's the only way we'll know if someone's telling the truth.
We're going to have it. I think it's good. We're going to accept it and we're going to give in and we're going to be able to, I'll take it another step further. I think they're going to create a universal language. I've been thinking about this a lot. I think there's going to be a universal language that probably is augmented reality, some augmented reality language of shapes or something.
Some kind of symbolism.
Symbols.
Something that we agree to. And we're probably not going to accept it because we're old. We're like, fuck this.
Next generation.
Our kids, maybe even our kids' kids are going to be the first people to adopt it. And then it's going to be universal worldwide. And with augmented reality and some sort of ability to interact with each other through bandwidth.
I remember through bandwidth. Okay, so it's going to happen. You notice that it's inevitable. No matter what, this is going to happen. You're going to accept it. So let's listen to this from 2014. How was Joe aware of this agenda years ago, 5+ years ago? How was he aware of this? Why was he promoting this idea? Because he's been working with these circles for a long time.
I think that one of the things that's coming out with technology is access to information, and access to information, not just current information, but maybe even future, like the ability to read minds, to read thoughts, to read.
Okay. So let's finish this up from the same podcast, finishing on that thought.
Technological symbiotic relationship takes place to the point where we essentially our memories, especially, right? They're pretty piss poor.
Right.
But if we can turn our memories into some digital archive that you can access at will, then we're going to know, I'm going to look in your head and I'm going to know what's going on. I'm going to be able to tap into it. We'll be connected the same way we're connected with Wi-Fi. The same way our cell phones are connected through the cellular network, there'll be some sort of a network of information exchange between all people. And if that's the case, deception will be almost impossible.
Right.
Motivations will be crystal clear. And you're going to know who's full of shit. It's going to be a fucking bad day for a lot of
Okay. So again, promoting that agenda for a long time now. Let's move on here. Again, saying it's inevitable.
That was Elon's other thing that he said on the podcast. You're already a cyborg. You have a phone. It's not in your body, but it's something you're holding on to.
Yeah. It's voluntary cyborg.
Did you guys read Third Wave years ago? Was that a book you ever got into?
No.
That was the prediction of all this.
Really?
Yeah, and it's in the early 80s. And it was prediction. And the one thing Third Wave predicted was that.
Okay, so we have Third Wave mentioned there, which Jones also mentioned on his recent podcast. Now, that's very interesting to me, and this is a common theme in my life. That is something that I was researching long ago, and that I was going to include in this regardless, and other things. Let me pull this up here. Third Wave, information overload. Okay, future shock. Okay, now Toffler, Alvin Toffler, the guy who wrote this, is involved with the Revolution and Military Affairs crew, the future Soviet warfare theory pushers within our own countries. Okay, the people that are involved in the New York, Moscow, Tel Aviv triangle, those who have infiltrated the highest institutions in our country and have subverted them for the East's benefit, for Israel's benefit, and via the back door into the West, Israel, for Russia's benefit, for China's benefit. Okay, so I want you to look at the date here. This is from my notes on my other computer, June 7th, 2018. I have never heard this mentioned by any other researcher, anything. This is something I found my own on Wikipedia and included it into my research. Now, all of a sudden, recently, it's being mentioned on Joe Rogan's podcast. I find that very interesting. So Toffler coined the term future shock to refer to what happens to a society when a change happens too fast, which results in social confusion and normal decision-making process breaks down. He continued the theme in Third Wave, 1980, when he describes the first and second wave as agricultural industrial revolutions. The third wave, a phrase he coined, represents the current information computer-based revolution. Now remember, this was in 1980. He forecast the spread of the internet and email, interactive media, cable television, cloning, and other digital advancements. He claimed that one of the side effects of the digital age has been information overload, another term he has coined. Okay, so information overload or information apocalypse, as Steve Pieczenik referred to it in his novels, is what we're living through right now. So information overload, too much information, there has to be a solution. Problem, reaction, solution. Chaos, order out of chaos. That's exactly what we're seeing. And the solution for them is a brave new world. That is the agenda here. the centrist Brave New World agenda. So let's move on to, well, okay, so it's the bigger plan. Let's do this. It's the bigger plan. Let's listen to what Jones has to say about the bigger plan.
Wow. Today, we're going to have Zach on, who's just a really smart guy and a great source, and really already tells me things that I already basically know from other sources, but he likes to come on the show, and we like to have him on the show. And he knows Elon Musk, and he knows Louis Farrakhan, a lot of other folks that behind the scenes have been reached out to and basically have been resonating with, especially if you talk about somebody like Elon Musk, with the bigger plan. Now, what is the bigger plan?
That's a good question, Jones. What is the bigger plan? No, I'll finish up with Zach here once I move on to the next sponsor. Zach is friends with both Rogan and Jones, as well as Elon Musk and others. He's the one who set up the whole Kanye West situation. Let's listen to this clip real quick.
Yeah, I'm hoping that having him in office is that the whole thing was such a clusterfuck and that so many people are so disturbed that it's going to make people more politically active and more aware of the consequences of having someone like that in office.
Yeah. And actually, weirdly, unifying.
Yeah.
Because
weirdly unifying. Chaos. Order out of chaos. I have clips of Jones as
Joe
well
the
saying
statist
was a monkey wrench thrown into the system to create chaos, because you can create order out of chaos. So unifying, a centrist unifying movement that gives you miracles, gives you new plant-based solutions, gives you new solutions to big pharma, gives you new solutions in technology. It sounds wonderful, but they're used as methods of control for further enslavement for a brave new world. That's why this needs to be highlighted, and the change agents involved in this agenda need to be highlighted and hammered on. Okay, so let's move on to the next sponsor here, which Jones made veiled threats at right here on it. Aubrey Marcus and Joe Rogan. Now, when Jones was referencing DMT cults in Austin, he was referencing working with Pentagon and DARPA. He was referencing On It and who On It's associated with. Now, I knew the whole situation with Jones wasn't authentic from the beginning. I knew that threatening On It was a legitimately Jones putting pressure on Rogan, and having Jan Irving on was actually him putting pressure on Rogan. But I knew he would never go anywhere. He was doing it because he was pissed at him. He was doing it because of the Soros talking points. But as we'll get into here in a second, Joe was so deeply involved with Soros that, you know, come on, Jones. So I knew it wasn't going to go anywhere, is my point. I knew that these are overlapping networks, like a Venn diagram, overlapping, that this would not end up going anywhere. So let's get into On It here. So this is a Reddit post from 3 years ago. Whoever put this together did a good job of highlighting the shell companies that Aubrey's dad was involved in. So we're going to see mafia connections here, corporate connections here, and Pentagon connections here. Those are the big three that are operating these networks. So the true history of On It, originally founded by Aubrey Marcus's Texas oil man father, Michael Marcus, and originally formulated by Aubrey's stepmother, Janet Zand, an acupuncturist. So let's go ahead and read this. Michael Marcus, father of Aubrey Marcus. Michael Marcus is a commodities trader who in less than 20 years reputed to have turned his initial 30,000 into 80 million. Notably missing from that Wikipedia page is how Michael Marcus made his millions in oil and gas. Aubrey Marcus's dad, Michael P. Marcus, named a business Coffee Exchange, Inc., which he later changed to Touchstone Resources. And then he again changed to Cygnus Oil and Gas, which owns working interest in approximately 13 oil and gas projects in Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Alabama, and New Zealand. Okay, so are we seeing a common theme here? Are we smelling shell companies? Aubrey Marcus's dad, Michael P. Marcus, started another business named All American Burger, which he changed to Vexy Communications, which he again changed to Sherney Energy. What is Sherney Energy? Sherney Energy is a billion-dollar oil company. Aubrey Marcus's dad started another business named Expressions Graphic Inc., which he again changed to Continental Southern Resources, which he again changed to Endeavor International Corporation, another oil company which ended up screwing investors out of their money. Scams for agendas. So Aubrey Marcus was a trust fund kid with millions of dollars from his dad, Michael Marcus's oil business to play around with. He's a non-entity, a mouthpiece, and would have been forever known as the guy who invented nail polish for men, which, by the way, he did, and he called it Alpha. That was the marketing there. So, and then the fleshlight that came from Onnit, Joe Rogan's co-founder.
That's hilarious.
Now, Onnit's huge with their connections, which we're going to get into here in a minute. The fleshlight, there's a whole agenda with that. I'm not going to get into that, but that's his initial, hawking product on his podcast, just being a complete sellout, just all about the money, right? He acts like he actually cares about people. He acts like he actually cares about the world. No, he's all about money and his.
Oh, who do we know that's like that?
So let's move on to some interesting things about Aubrey here. So this is a good article to read. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu competitor Travis Nueza made bizarre accusations that Onnit CEO blocked him from EBI competition. Now, why did he block him? BJJ competitor Travis is claiming that the CEO and founder Aubrey Marcus pressured him for a sexual relationship. Travis claims that once he declined his pay for working at Onnit was drastically cut, and that Aubrey blocked him from competing at the Eddie Bravo Invitational. Now, Eddie's involved in this agenda as well. Eddie is propped up because he is so bad at explaining conspiracy theories. Conspiracy theories, quote unquote, is so bad at it that it actually has the opposite effect. Okay, he's involved in all kinds of conspiracies himself. Okay, he's embedded in this network as well. Eddie Bravo knew about Elon Musk a long time ago, years ago. He also knew about Jones's relationship with Musk and the whole agenda that's unfolding here. Okay, Aubrey Marcus is a homosexual. I also have clips of, well, I don't have the clips, but I could go get them. Joe, I'm sure many of you know, recently Joe has been talking about how it is common knowledge that within the martial arts community, men are pressured to sleep with higher ups to get in positions. He's been saying that recently. Okay, that's absolutely true. Now, you're trying to tell me this man is not a homosexual. He's absolutely homosexual. These guys are switch hitters. Now, he has a wife who looks like a man. There's probably a reason for that, but that's what's going on here. So let's get into Aubrey's bio a little bit here. Let me play these clips first, because this is, like I said, Jones could have buried Onnit simply. Jones could have buried Rogan simply with Onnit, but he chose not to. Why? Because he was always there. He was always involved. He always has known what's going on. So let's watch a couple of these clips here.
Oh yeah, look around.
Hey, Aubrey. Aubrey needs to hire Olivia over there at a high salary. I'm gonna hire her away.
I just brought her in for an interview. You can't take her in the first hour. No. Give me a chance.
I know the bones of what?
No, bones. No, you want to work here? This is cool. We can just carry on the stories over right. We're gonna be working together. It's almost happened a couple times already.
We're going to be working together. Now, Jones is obviously coked up in this podcast. Anytime you come around these Onnit connected, Maps connected, people that are researching drugs for corporate and government agendas, they seem to have a steady supply that you could guess where it's coming from. Now, Jones has said he's going to be working with Onnit. That's interesting. Let's watch this one.
Want to hear some more? Here, let's do the voice of heavy metal. My evil extends across all time, all galaxies, all dimensions. A green jewel. Look into me one last time.
Strong. I don't know who that is.
I don't know who that is.
Great. Now we're having
Darth Vader. That's still Darth Vader?
I am here to tell you the secret of the Lochnar is Onnit. It is the Alpha Brain. I've OD'd on Alpha Brain and found Valhalla. No need for ayahuasca. But the nemesis, Brain Force, has arrived. A little plugging now.
Brain Force. Now, Jones actually modeled Brain Force after Alpha Power. It's the same formulation. It's the same product. Actually, and Jones's supplement structure is based off on it as well. He's doing a lot of the same things, where there's a lot of shady things going on in that aspect of it. So let's move on to this last clip here.
It's so crazy.
In fact, Shane Steiner.
Let me mention real fast that he mentioned the Lochnar. I kept it in there for a reason. Lochnar from Heavy Metal, that movie. It's actually very good. And it's an allegory. The Lochnar is Lucifer, the green light. And it's interesting to me that he associated Onnit with Lucifer. Just an interesting statement there.
Bill Hicks.
Shane Steiner.
Are you Bill Hicks?
Where's Shane Steiner?
Now, I didn't want to include this part in here, but I had to get this clip. Every time Jones is around, people from Onnit, these corporate people, Hollywood people, comedians, they always call him Bill Hicks. Now he's going to call a guy named Shane Steiner in here.
Bring him in here. I went to freaking high school with this guy. We had Texas Monthly call me about a year ago.
How could you say some? How could you say
Texas Monthly called me about a year ago.
Right when Bill Hicks died.
And they said, and see, that's the crazy conspiracy.
Now, what Eddie's doing there, how could you say someone, and people believe it? He's saying that there's a reason that conspiracy has legs. If you understand how he works, he's saying there's a reason, and notice how uncomfortable these people get. There's a reason he's saying that. There's a reason the conspiracy has traction. There's a reason people believe it. There's a reason I believe that. Okay?
Doesn't mean you just make up whatever you want and like the world's fiction.
Does he look like him?
And Shane Stein, I look nothing like him. And they say I'm 60 years old. Did Shane leave? Yeah.
He's diverting.
Hey, let's get Shane. This is a cool guy. This is the guy that got me in here because he told me.
Oh, look, the fight companion.
Shane, they just asked me about.
Now, Shane is the person who got Jones in there. Now, Shane Steiner is a Hollywood guy, a musician, very well connected, and seems to be the only person that Jones went to high school with. And also looks a whole hell of a lot younger than Jones. But I want to highlight that point because Shane got him in there. Shane, according to Alex Jones, and I have the timestamp, I just have to go back to the GCN archives and get it since all of his YouTube records were scrubbed. But on 05/25, 2018, at around 1 hour and 21 minutes, now that's going to be different because of the commercial breaks from the live stream, Jones claimed that Shane Steiner comes from the Dixie Mafia. His family is Dixie Mafia. So again, Mafia, corporate, Pentagon. That's who's dictating these circles.
Not to interject, but I'm going to get out of here.
Let's finish up with Aubrey's bio here. Aubrey Marcus is the founder and CEO of Onnit, a lifestyle brand based on holistic health philosophy he calls total human optimization. Onnit is an Inc. 500 company, an industry leader with products optimizing millions of lives, including many of the top professional athletes around the world. He regularly provides commentary to outlets like The Entrepreneur, Forbes, The Doctors, and the Joe Rogan Experience. If you ask Aubrey what cause he is most passionate about, it is raising awareness for psychedelic medicine, psychedelic medicine or plant-based medicine, through organizations like MAPS and the Hefner Institute. He's a 20-year native of Austin where he currently resides. MAPS and the Hefner Institute. Now, before I move into MAPS and Hefner, I want to play this for you real quick and get you asking yourself a question here.
Hi, I'm Kennedy. I think, you know what I think? I think it's the drugs.
Did we do drugs then?
Yeah, we did. We did DMT.
Was that the
next day, bro? That got so emotional.
Wait, are you sure?
Yeah, I went through it. I'm like, why was I crying like that?
That's interesting.
Hey, hold up. Could not stop crying.
So Brennan and I did DMT. We did a DMT trip. We didn't know what was in.
I can't believe.
By the way, what is he doing with his hand here? Why is this guy always rubbed on himself?
You guys did that.
Dude, we didn't even know. I would do it in a heartbeat. We didn't know it's what ayahuasca is. We didn't know what to expect. I'm into psychedelics now. I haven't done it, but I want to do acid next. Listen, if you're young and listening to this, don't. I'm 52.
No, DMT on acid. I'm not.
I don't advocate drugs for anybody who's young. Okay, but if you're an adult, it's up to you. But
DMT was awesome.
DMT. So I'm not a drug guy, right? I never
went to drug guys.
Never done cocaine and not even weed, right? Not really a boozer. So we find out we're gonna be invited. We're invited to this quote unquote ceremony by a shaman who will remain nameless. And Brennan and I,
what were you saying?
And Brennan and I look at each other. We're like, are we going to do this? I'm not.
So I don't want to bore you with the rest of that clip, but they go on to say they smoke DMT. Now this is in America that they're doing this. How are these people getting away with giving people DMT in these cults and these self-help DMT cults? How are they getting away with doing this in America illegally? Ask yourself that question. It's illegal, but they can get on a podcast and talk about it and send people in that direction. I want to finish up here. Let's I guess I'll mention on the fake beef. Now I started putting this together, and this was always going to be my opinion on it. Like I said, there was two things Jones did, threatening Onnit and having Jan on, that were legitimate. But clips like this always were ringing in my memory. People have said,
but Elon Musk is a patriot. Assange is a patriot. And I can tell you right now that Musk is a fan of yours. I could tell you the same way. Maybe you didn't know who I was back then, but Farrakhan was a fan of yours. The problem is Elon Musk has taken side. He's in with DOD. But
today we're going to have Zach on, who's just really scenes have somebody like Elon Musk with the bigger plan. Now, what is the bigger plan? I mean, you told me you'll soon see Kanye at the White House. You said.
By the way, Zach is the one who was behind the whole Kanye West situation. And I was the only one that took him seriously. That's how I was able to predict the Kanye West situation long before anybody else did, because I listened to what this guy had to say. Now, everybody thought he was too young. Everybody thought he wasn't anything, that he was just some kid, on a Navy ship somewhere calling in. No, this guy's involved. This guy has been involved with Cyber for a long time. Now he currently resides at Space Command, former CENTCOM. He was involved with the Fort Hood shooting. He worked with Voice of America as a victim Muslim. He also worked with CARE as a double agent. Okay.
Culture will speak, and you're not predicting. You know a lot of what's coming and what's going to be unfolding.
first of all, I've had some conversations out there in those hills out there in Calabasas with Joe Rogan. With Joe Rogan.
And Zach's a great source of really interesting information. I know who he is, who he is, and some of the things he's done behind the scenes and things that have unfolded. And so he is who he says he is. He does do what he says he's doing. And I can confirm some of the stuff he's been up to out in Las Vegas and out in Florida and out in LA as well.
Okay, so he also knows Elon Musk, Joe Rogan, and Alex Jones. So we're having a military guy go in between these guys, and it's kind of dictating which directions they go in, possibly, or influencing them in some way or another. But that was something that was always in my head. These people can't really dislike each other, or they can dislike each other, but they can't really attack each other because they're involved in the same networks. They're Pentagon assets for the information age, as well as corporate assets. And then this is from The Fight. This is something that I don't think anybody picked up on. Very, like 99.9% of the listeners did not pick up on what he was saying here, but I did.
You're the bitch, and you get ready for it. That's how this works, Pilgrim.
That's how this works, Pilgrim. What does that mean, Pilgrim? Well, the Pilgrim Society is a British intelligence front. Now, remember, with the intelligence community, it's a giant spider web with Israel at the center of it. But the Pilgrim Society is something that all the early MK Ultra guys were involved in. You know, Halpern, all those people coming out of the Pilgrim Society are associated with the Pilgrim Society. Alan Watts, all the MK Ultra people, all those cultural 60s change agents were coming out of there. Now, this is something where I think I would see an overlap with these two, because Jones is surrounded by British intelligence. You know, example, Ted Malloch, total MI6. But again, you would see this is like a Venn diagram, and you have these overlapping networks that they're both involved in. And then let's finish it off. This is also from the beef that was going on.
So just stop acting like you don't. We have a State of the Union coming up. Let's finish up this clip.
Fill in the blank, whatever ridiculous conspiracy. The Rothschilds, the fucking Rockefellers, whatever it is. I'm not talking about that because the government threatened my family.
Sorry, so just stop acting like you don't. We have a State of the Union coming up. Let's finish up this clip.
Fill in the blank, whatever ridiculous conspiracy. The Rothschilds, the fucking Rockefellers, whatever it is. I'm not talking about that because the government threatened my family. That is fucking wrong. It's ridiculous. And now you put it out there. So
pause again.
Hey, I have a question for Mr. Rogan here. Is it ridiculous because the Rockefellers fund maps, which fund you? Is it ridiculous for that reason? I mean, are the Rockefellers not real? Do they not have a track record of funding destructive, subversive movements within this country for their own benefit? Is that why it's ridiculous, Joe? So we'll get into maps here in a second and explain to you exactly what it is, but this is when these maps people came around, Dennis McKenna, etc., when they came around, Joe stopped front-loading his podcast with ads. This is when he became ad-free. So let's watch this real quick.
And just press the music. Let's just go right with music.
Right. By the way, Jamie's struggling. I'm going to get into Jamie later, but Jamie seems to always struggle, especially for a podcast at that level.
We have no commercials today. I like it.
Oh, that's great.
We're commercial free, ladies and gentlemen. We're brought to you by the universe.
Experience. Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very special episode. Podcast sponsorship free. Dennis McKenna and Josh Wickerham. Josh is from the Ethnobotanical Stewardship Council. You were one of the founders of this.
That's right.
And what exactly is that?
Okay, Maps Associate. Podcast sponsor free. A very special episode. They're not sponsor free. Joe is surrounded by Maps. Joe promotes Maps. And Joe is funded by Maps. Okay? And Maps is corporate. Maps is a cultural change, a cultural shift, and there's an entire CIA MK Ultra agenda behind it. Now, if you don't understand the history of the cultural MK Ultra movements, please look into Jan Irving and his research. He's done such a wonderful job at laying it all out and getting all the evidence out there. That's what this is. Okay, so let's go back to these. Maps is Rockefeller funded. Rockefeller funded again from Maps website. The David Rockefeller family concludes to the obituary, encouraging people to honor Richard Rockefeller's memory by contributing nonprofit organizations, including Maps. Okay, Rockefellers, backed by such private donors as, this is Hefner, which is synonymous with Maps, and published via Maps, where they were doing the ayahuasca, the DMT studies, the Rick Strassman, all the studies that Rogan references are Maps or Hefner studies. Okay, backed by such private donors as Lawrence Rockefeller and Bob Walls, and a Microsoft millionaire, which is Steve Wozniak. And this is easily provable by his association with things like Esalen, which we'll get into, and in the counterculture agenda. The Institute is financing clinical trials with LSD, psilocybin, and other hallucinogenics. Okay, and then they say to treat phobias, depression, excessive whatever, blah, blah, blah. That's just to get funding. There's other reasons and other agendas for this. So let me just state right now for those of you who don't understand my position on this, I have no issue with people doing being able to own whatever substance they want, to being able to ingest whatever substance they want, especially when it's a plant or a natural substance. I have no issue with that. People should be able to do that. Now, I start to have an issue with it when it's being used as a corporate tool, a tool of control, because that's what's going on here. I offer you plant-based medicines, alternatives, but it's a corporate tool. Now, there's more to that. So the value with working with the system, this is the founder of MAPS, Mr. Doblin, coming from a Jewish family. Red flag. Now, again, this is another common thread, which, as to be expected, the Jewish influence in it, the Jewish ownership of it, the Jewish dictation of it. The corporate goal of maximizing profit for our shareholders. I just want to make sure this isn't, okay. There he is, Dennis McKenna Wickerham, surrounded by MAPS people. Now, Jones is good buddies with Joe Rogan. Right? Everything's all good, but he still absolutely hates Soros. Just like Trump says, leave Soros alone. Joe Rogan is working with people who work with Soros. But that's okay by Alex Jones. That's fine. We'll just ignore that. We'll just ignore that agenda there. So MAPS is co-sponsoring a conference in collaboration with the Drug Policy Alliance. The Drug Policy Alliance. Again, MAPS working with the Drug Policy Alliance. Joe Rogan having on Ethan Nettleman from the Drug Policy Alliance. So do you see how that works? MAPS, Rogan. The masses. Information, or Pentagon asset for the information age. Corporate asset for the information age. The National Drug Policy Alliance. Nadelman founded the Leighton Smith Center in 1994, a drug policy institute created with the philanthropical support, of George Soros. So it was created via George Soros's money. You think Jones would have an issue with that? He hammers on Soros all day. No issue. No issue with Joe. Nothing going on there, Joe. Joe is 100% authentic.
You getting out of here, Christopher?
Billionaire activists like Sean Parker and George Soros are fueling the campaign to.
Yeah, I got to take off, man.
Now, is that a bad thing for it to be leaked?
All right, man. Thanks for coming by. I hope we didn't give you too much shit.
I felt it was productive, man. I intend to come back. I want to collaborate. I want to freaking do what you're talking about. You know?
Definitely. All right. Well, I'll let me know. I'm going to add you to our secret Telegram. I don't know if you have a Telegram, but we have a chat for the podcast, and it's pretty fun in there. Wait, no, you're already in there, aren't you?
Yeah, I was talking about. That's actually how I reached out to. I don't want to just hop on unless it's kind of like an invite. Like I'm trying to handle like that, because if I just hop on there and it's like, well, who's this guy? And I don't know. It's not bad. It's not a good experience for me.
We're all ignorant to the rules around. This is all new to us. Or all this technology.
Yeah, same here. And I'm trying to come up with like, how do I reevaluate what I'm doing and reacquaint here, because I want to start doing it again. I need to.
Cool. Well, you're welcome here any Sunday. And like I said, if you ever need any, you got any questions or anything before then, you could always hit up any of us. John Bob's going to be a little bit more aggressive than most of us because he's a peak male specimen. But so, and even like recipes, stuff like that. Allie's a bomb cook.
Yeah, hit me up
and it's simple and cheap stuff. We spend very little money on food and we eat like crazy. So, there are ways of doing it. And
I actually noticed that, we're not spending money on like a bunch of meat, because I've cut myself out at least. My wife is getting there. My son, I need to work on, because we raised him with it, and that was on us. And now I'm here, so I'm trying to do the example, like say, here, he's got to make up his mind, but it's so that's how I'm approaching, and he knows it.
That's quite a challenge you have there.
Yeah, parenthood is
unbrainwashing the kid that you brainwashed.
Well, I wasn't. Yeah, it was conditioning.
You only had part in it. Society for the most part.
Well,
but
but I don't make no bones about. Okay, look, man. About going out. That's what you're doing is taking a life there, and I don't hold that back. I mean,
I talk to him about it. He's a good kid, man. He's smart.
That's cool.
Sometimes smarter than me.
Yep. Well, cool, man. Thanks for coming around. Like I said, you're always welcome. And,
yeah, good to meet you, man.
You know.
Yeah, it was good meeting you guys. I know I probably talked to YouTube somewhere along the way. I know Jeffrey's on my YouTube, Facebook. That's how I connected to the group in Telegram. And I think I came across you, Steve, on Discord at some point a while back. I knew I recognized that name, Slab Squash, and it's like, where did I see that? It was back when my Discord was all jacked up and I couldn't figure it out. So,
yeah, Steve's like a phantom. He goes in and out of our existence over the years.
I'm kind of like that myself.
Well, sometimes you got to lay low, you know.
Sit back and observe. All right, guys.
Cool, man. Have a good night.
You too.
Yeah, you too, man.
Peace.
Yo, dude, this video, man.
Pretty gnarly, huh?
Yeah, what do you think?
Dude, bro. Oh my god, dude.
Oh, and we haven't even gotten to the good part yet.
Yeah, there's more. The connections are it's so dense. It's so dense that it kind of takes a lot.
He went
a couple watch
deep,
orbital.
and they took.
He keeps going and keeps going
the
too.
Connections are insane.
Yeah. And then he ended up dead.
Dude, they took him,
after
dude.
making this video.
Yeah, and he's like a young dude.
Perhaps, yeah.
They killed that dude. That's fucked up.
Yeah, you got it on the tab.
Legal? No,
I know,
absolutely not. But here's the catch. There's absolutely a catch with it. And then also Peter Thiel, who's involved with the intellectual dark web in this agenda in general, is also investing in legalizing pot, corporate weed. Eric Weinstein, the guy who termed the intellectual dark web, managing director at Thiel Capital. Okay. Go again, see all these guys hang out. This is the intellectual dark web right here. This is the agenda they're pushing. Again, check out Jesse Spots for like the mental health stuff. He's done a great job of covering it. This is the example I would like to use. So this is why this is a catch with legalizing pot and with these corporate agendas. So I want you to understand how this works. Fears of marijuana monopoly in Ohio undercut support for legalization. Now, people are wise in Ohio to this. Most people would just vote it in without even, because, oh, it's legal pot, it's good, everybody agrees. There's a catch, and this is a catch. That's because it specifies that just 10 locations in the state where growing pot would be allowed, and a group of 10 investors have already have dibs on it. These are the same investors. These same investors are sinking $20 million into the campaign. Okay, if there's corporate support for something, red flag, first off. Secondly, this is the issue. They monopolize it. So they make it legal, but they own it and control it and use it as a tool of enslavement and control. So do you understand how that works? So, I mean, what this is a brave new world caste system. So you have your alphas dictating to the people, you can't grow it, but I can. I control the supply. I control all of it. So I control what it is too. They can genetically modify. They can do whatever with it. They control it. So this is literally the caste system that we're seeing instated here. Now, the Brave New World caste system is literally the social systems theory that came out of the Macy conference, which is Jewish. You guessed it, Jewish. And was the social systems theory is heavily promoted via the Esalen Institute, which Joe Rogan takes trips to. We'll get into the Esalen Institute here in a little bit after I finish up with the maps. But I just want to mention this so you have a kind of an understanding of the corporate agenda and the corporate control, as well as the cultural control going on here. Social systems is literally the Brave New World caste. So you have all your sellouts and all these people dictating over the other groups, and everybody has their determined system in society. Universal basic income, the whole deal. Literally a Brave New World. Oh, and look, the presidential candidate that supports universal basic income. And Joe Rogan on his podcast blows it out to all the masses. This is what you guys need. This is what you guys want. This is the good for society. This is the direction we're going. It's inevitable. And he really has that much influence that people buy into it. Absolutely. Again, running for president. Now, where did this universal basic income idea originally come from? Well, people like Alan Watts, who was a CIA asset via the Esalen Institute. Here he is at Esalen promoting this idea. Now, Esalen is essentially Bohemian Grove for the 21st century. For those of you who aren't aware, Bohemian Grove, but they also study like thought architecture, how to manipulate your subconscious. and we'll get into some of that later as well. For example, I have this book. This is some studies that come out of Esalen. The real interesting ones are unpublished. The physical and psychological effects of meditation. So they're studying how the subconscious mind works. They're studying on the people. Now, the Silicon Valley people who go there, you know, the top people, they don't get studied on, but they go there as like a retreat, as it's Bohemian Grove essentially. So you have all these high-level Silicon Valley people going to Esalen Institute, where all these ideas are coming out of as well, but they also create agendas there. So, for example, the Manhattan Project came out of Bohemian Grove, originated at Bohemian Grove, and then ultimately was implemented. Same thing's going on in Esalen. It's just think of it in terms of Bohemian Grove for the 21st century. So again, you have someone like Timothy Leary or Richard Alpert, who from Harvard, you know, who became Ram Dass, and what they would do, you know, they'd go to places like Esalen, and then this circle created a following of thousands of LSD veterans who were then deployed to proselytize for drugs for the masters, the secret masters agenda, the corporate and cultural agenda. That's what they're doing here. Okay, so it's kind of a similar concept with like Rogan and all of the Comedy Store clique. You know, Daddy Rogan, and everybody just grabs their ankles for Daddy Rogan because they're just riding that wave. They'll do anything for Joe. They'll get themselves involved in all kinds of illegal things, do everything for him because they're indebted to him. So it's just a similar concept here. Okay, so let's give you guys kind of a map intro so you understand that the Rockefellers were funding it. There's a whole agenda going on there. And there still is, and we're living in it, and we're seeing the rise of it. So I want to read this for you guys. CIA maps after embalming the dead. In the new millennium, the New York Times, the Baltimore Sun, and other the Baltimore Sun and other large circulation daily newspaper highlighted research on psychedelics and ecstasy. Doctors at prestigious university medical schools produce studies promoting positive aspects of these drugs. These studies are often mentioned in an affiliated funding source research group, the Multidisciplinary Association for Psychedelic Studies Incorporated, which is MAPS. Founded in 1986, MAPS received early aid from MK Ultra participants such as Timothy Leary, who also worshipped Crowley, which is Jewish mysticism, or promoted Crowleyanism. The former CIA contracted inventor of LSD, Albert Hoffman, also donated to the funding of MAPS. The year before, the Food and Drug Administration had classified ecstasy as a Schedule I drug. This made ecstasy
strange
illegal,
it would have
an
the
addictive
same
substance without
acronym
clinical
as
value.
that other
Rick
thing.
Doblin, who is Jewish, founded MAPS. Doblin described his first acid trip, which reportedly led him.
Kind of strange that it would have the same acronym as minor attracted persons. You're muted.
That's funny. Were you confused for a while there?
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck? I was like, dude.
Attracted Person Society. Weird. Yeah, that is a little weird. But it's like a weird, it was like a weird, yeah. I don't know.
Dude, I fucking dealt with these people, man. There was a dude lingering around Mark's Don't Tread on Philly group. His name was Wes Pryor, and he had this like weird military story where he got caught tripping on an aircraft carrier or some nonsense. And like, I was like, what's the law of freedom? And he couldn't even answer that shit.
Yeah.
And he said he studied, or he listened, or he studied Mark for 12 years. I was like, dude, you didn't study shit, dude. Who the fuck are you? Get the fuck out of here.
Yikes. Some plant.
Dude, he was in some kind of 5-MAO DMT fucking cult out in Oregon or some shit. Watch out, dude. These motherfuckers. Oh, the medicine is like, yeah, but your cult leader was a fuck. He was pro jab and pro medical cult, I guess it was like part of like his story or something. It's like, oh yeah, I want to come to Mark because I'm coming out of here. And I'm like, dude, you make no sense, dude. You don't know anything about Mark's work, and like you're trying to get me to do this shit, and then so you could probably fucking compromise me or some shit. It was so, it was like so like drawing, dude. It was fucked up.
That's crazy.
To say he had been fortunate to be able to combine psychedelics with the pursuit of the American dream. The Reagan and Bush administrations, IRS, granted a 5013 tax-exempt charity status to Doblin's North Carolina-based MAPS. MAPS received large contributions from billionaires like George Soros, anything Soros is involved in, is it going to be good? Even if it sounds good on the surface, like legalizing pot or anything like that, it sounds good on the surface, but there's always a catch to it. It's going to be used as a method of control and further enslavement. The multi-billionaire Prasker family and Anonymous British Foundation. In the new millennium, Maps listed major contributions from families and groups, including Prasker family, who had a net worth of tens of billions of dollars. Okay, so let's continue reading here. The relatively short article devoted about 2 paragraphs to Maps founder Doblin. Maps start during the Reagan-Bush presidential administration seemed no coincidence. In 1986, Vice President George H.W. Bush's aide, Oliver North, jump-started the Iran-Contra scandal involving the CIA in trafficking cocaine, which is a CIA CNP operation. Once the former CIA director Bush reached the presidency, he appointed Dr. David Kessler as Food and Drug Administration Commissioner, harkening back to the MKUltra days of testing LSD in schools. Kessler approved university testing of psychedelics again in 1990, just after the U.S. Senate confirmation. Now we see Trump doing this right now, allowing these psychedelic plant-based medicines to be tested and approved. The approval marked the FDA's first psychedelics research in over 20 years. Dr. Kessler remained FDA commissioner for the next 5 years, including 3 years under President Clinton. President Bush also had Kessler fill FDA with like-minded research staff favorable to psychedelics. Why? Because there's an agenda. Not that they're necessarily bad or there's no uses to them. There's an agenda. That's what I'm highlighting here. In an interview, Rick Doblin said one of those leading doctors in the FDA was Dr. John Harder, whose vision, quote, vision was to train me. This is key. Vision was to train me to understand how the FDA worked so that I could try to mobilize the demoralized psychedelic community to submit protocols. Doblin went to describe the history of his work, which inadvertently revealed his unusual power in the FDA. Even after Kessler's resignation under President Clinton, quote, there was a short period after he resigned in 1995 during which lower-level FDA officials made it difficult to move forward with psychedelic and medical marijuana research. However, I filed a complaint with the Ombudsman, and the policies established by the pilot drug were reaffirmed in 1999 by FDA upper management. Doblin further said, Clinton's successor, President George W. Bush, also picked an FDA commissioner, Dr. Jane Henney, who is supportive of psychedelic research. From 2000 to 2011, MAPS articles showed up in newspapers worldwide. With MAPS funding of Harvard and Johns Hopkins research, the idea of LSD and ecstasy having health benefits spread. The New York Times, Baltimore Sun, and other newspapers helped spread MAPS propaganda, further legitimizing the group. The strongest evidence, so CIA, MKUltra's 50 years of involvement. The strongest evidence of CIA continuing MKUltra was revealed in the November 2000 arrest of 55-year-old William Leonard Picard, deputy director of UCLA's drug policy research program, for running one of the nation's largest LSD laboratories. Drug enforcement agents would also eventually implicate Professor John Halpern and other psychedelic think tanks. The Hefner Research Institute, which had worked on many projects with MAPS, the DEA arrested Picard at the laboratory site, a decommissioned missile silo, which they actually weren't at that point. This is an interesting case. They were set up by a DEA double agent, Gordon Todd Skinner, and they weren't arrested at the site. They were leaving the site. They were packing it up and leaving. They never actually produced LSD there because they thought they were being set up. DEA agents had enough raw materials there to make over 15 million hits of acid. Comprehensive articles in the Rolling Stone and San Francisco Chronicle cite evidence suggesting that Halpern, Picard, and others were involved in continuing this MKUltra operation. This operation has links to the original MKUltra LSD laboratories and universities involved in MKUltra, top government officials, and LSD promoting think tanks. Okay, so an interesting MAPS connection. I wanted to finish with that drug trafficking story, that manufacturing of LSD story, because I believe there's a lot of that going on right now. As I said before, ask yourself, how are they able to give DMT out to people, just like the Grateful Dead used to give out LSD to people, illegally in this country with no issues? Because they're involved in higher level operations. They're involved in research programs, in MKUltra style research programs. So we have, again, Halpern was mentioned, who works with MAPS to this day, continues to work, or up until recently at least, with MAPS, and he was involved in illegally producing and selling drugs. Okay, so someone associated with MAPS was involved in the illegal drug trade. Put 2 and 2 together. That's exactly what's going on. We have these government-sanctioned and corporate-sanctioned research programs that are also involved in the illegal drug trade. Now, I want to play this. This is from my channel. I posted it a couple weeks ago. Let's give this clip a listen here. I'm just going to speed it up a little bit. So this is from 2017. So 2 years ago, I was talking about a comedy club, The Laugh Stop, where I suspected that they were selling drugs and then laundering it back through their club there, or possibly this money is being donated back to MAPS for further research and further growth of this agenda. So selling illegal drugs and the money makes it back to the legalization process, etc. But this is interesting. Identify a little place in Austin, other cities in Texas, and we'll sell you drugs and then launder that money right back through their local club there. But that's a different show or video. So money laundering is a good thing to look out for.
This
now, remember,
is
this was never
insane.
referenced. Nobody ever referenced this prior to me stating this. Then after I stated this.
So this guy, Matthew North's video, doesn't exist anymore, talking about how they sell drugs out of in the comedy world around Joe Rogan. And this guy ends up dead, shot in his car, but he doesn't have a gun on him. I think this dude hit the nail on the head, and it freaked these guys out, and they got enough money to make something happen. It's absolutely nuts. Did you get that last part? Were you listening?
Yeah, dude, this is so this is the most groundbreaking.
Yeah.
Dude, this is real
I was
cutting
saying,
edge
this
shit.
video's nuts.
Dude, that sucks that he's dead.
It gets weird, dude. It's even crazier. It gets crazier and crazier. This dude is, I don't know how he figured all this stuff out, but you can actually like research what he says, and it's all legit. Like, it's fucking crazy,
dude. Like, so many fallen people, like that. You know that. Hey, you were involved with We Are Change, dude. What about that dude that got killed when he fucking defused that fucking shooting?
Yeah, the homie. What the hell was his name?
I'm thinking of his face.
Yeah, that sucked. He was a really nice guy.
You knew him. Holy shit,
yeah.
dude.
He stopped a mass shooting from happening.
And
He
they killed
grabbed
him
the
because
rifle
he
off
knew-
of the guy who he shot, who was shooting people, and the cops turned the corner and just blasted him. And they're all, oops. Everyone's like, that's not the guy. And they just killed him.
Yeah, I think they probably killed him because like just anyway, you know, to like, oh, you're fucking with our staged fucking shooting, so you're gonna die now.
Yeah, probably.
And didn't that story not really get much mainstream media attention? Because I just remember it was everywhere, obviously in our circles on Facebook and everything. But
we knew him.
That's why everyone was pushing the hashtag. I wish I can remember his name right now, but yeah, they kind of silenced that. They sort of like swept that under the rug a little bit.
It wasn't a good story to even read. Like,
yeah.
And then he was like a nice guy and had a kid, and you know, like it was a real bummer.
And it's, you know, a good guy with the gun stepping in, or good, you know, doing good with a gun. So it's not really quite the narrative. Doesn't fit the narrative.
Dude, he hit this shit on the head, dude.
Yeah.
They took him out, dude. They're not fucking around.
It's why we rewatch this video like at least once a year, and like we'll restream it on both of our channels, just because it's like people, like not enough people have seen this, and like he's a little whatever, like he, you know, he has his biases, but as everyone does, but just the sheer, just like the information is.
How old is this?
It's pretty mind-boggling. This has got to be like 10 years old now, right? Or at least
like
18,
18, 19. That's 2017. Okay. So yeah, it's still it was 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago.
Yeah, this was back then. This was back then. Holy shit! I thought this.
Yeah.
Was
and then look at all that's happened.
Yeah.
Since.
Oh my god, dude.
Yeah, it's crazy.
This Comedy Store clique began to reference the Laugh Stock.
And it's great. Houston's great. Austin's great. Texas is the shit.
You guys did an album. Did you do it laptop?
Yes. I did an album.
Is it the Animal? That was
the building still there. Yeah.
What is it now?
They use it sometimes. Like they'll have shows there sometimes. I think someone had something there for a while. I don't know the full story, but that was one of the greatest clubs ever. Laugh Stop in River Oaks. Remember that crazy dude was running it? What's his name?
Yeah.
What's his name? Bald guy.
Yes.
Mark.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
He had an Italian last name. Oddly enough.
Joey knew him real well.
I forgot about that dude.
Yeah.
Yes, and that was Bill.
Yeah. Place. They had a fucking legit.
My boy Mark, we had a good time. I love it. Cap Cities.
There was a guy, you asked about drug dealers. Let me tell you how wide open it is. Again, sorry to talk about this.
Oh,
One of my favorite cities in the country, Hollywood, Houston, Texas, as a kid. Come to your shows, Lee, and he would give you a bud, and you'd go, wow, this is Houston. Where did you get this from? He goes, this is where I grew up. And he'd go, I got 6 other strains. You want to buy something? You're like, yeah. You'd go out to his car, Lee, and he had one of those construction trucks with the panels and shit. And I wish I was lying to you, Lee. I wish I was lying to you. He would open up the panels, and he'd have little jars. a week. This is fucking 12 years ago. The last stop was still open. Yeah. This was at the last stop when Rogan was headlining. Those things that you see of that fucking.
Did you hear that? This is key right here.
Yeah. This was at the last stop when Rogan was headlining. Those things that you see of
Pete. Let's listen.
I was gonna say Joey Diaz.
Those things that you see of that
He's running his mouth.
Who he's referenced there is Pete Pirelli, who was the manager of the last stop during that time, the Houston last stop during that time when it was open. So you have, I believe his name's Felipe, who has the lowest IQ I've probably ever seen in my entire life, actually naming the guy who was supplying drugs to these comedians while Joe Rogan was headlining. Was Joe Rogan getting a percentage of this? Was there some sort of deal worked out here? Is Joe Rogan involved in drug dealing? These are questions you need to be asking yourself. Now, Pete Pirelli, you can look up his LinkedIn page. You know, he lists the lap stop there. The documents from the lap stop list Pete as the manager, Pete Pirelli. And he's got a nice social networking job now, which is interesting given where Rogan's gone with his career. And I think maybe you should give Pete a call and ask him what was going on. You know, his number's listed there. Go ahead and ask him what was going on at the lap stop during that time period.
That fucking video that you see of Redman texting me and me going off on him in 2003, that was dead. That was dead. This guy would show up to the shows, and he would have these weed containers. And then part of the conversation, hold on. And it was like you were in that scene in Taxi Driver. I got fucking.
I wonder if anyone's called.
One time he came to a show, he had Coke, Vicodin, Valium, Xanax, some tranquilizer he gave to retarded kids, and they went over the top. PCP. He had something else. He had 20 different fucking things in there.
That must have been your favorite.
I used to give him $200, bro, and he would give me a to-go package that would fucking make a mule sing. He would give me like a half 8-ball, fucking 20 Vicodins, 20 Xanax.
You have a variety pack.
Oh my God, he'd give me fucking animal tranquilizers. You have no idea.
Okay, so that's key there. These guys are involved in the illegal drug trade. So let's think here. The illegal drug trade and then this whole MAPS studying of the drugs, these are interlaced. If you continue to look, you will continue to find an interlacing between the illegal drug trade and the so-called legal drug trade. Now, I want to play this clip again. Oops. Okay. Let's watch this real quick. Well, let's do this one first real quick.
You'd be surprised.
Yeah.
The ESC has sent out a call for experts, and we've been infiltrated by the mainstream people that do evaluation work for the World Bank and USAID. They're interested in ayahuasca. People are going down to South America to have these transformative experiences, to sit in ceremony. There's a lot of underground activity in the US as well, and Europe where it's not legal. But in South America and Peru, ayahuasca is protected as national patrimony.
That's awesome.
Okay, first thing that he mentioned, the high-level people associated with these modern Eleusinian mysteries, as Bruce Damer calls them. These are the modern initiations. So you have these high-level people, and then he says underground activity. Yet, you know, Brendan Schaub and Ryan Callen could talk about how they illegally smoked DMT, name who gave it to them, name where they did it at in Texas, but it's okay. They can legally get away with it somehow. It's illegal, but it's fine. They can talk about it openly to hundreds of thousands of people, but it's okay for them to do it. Why is that? Let's watch this clip real quick. Okay, so again, takes an illegal drug. Now, this is just, again, pushing an agenda because they're doing the same process that they're doing with marijuana, legalizing that with psilocybin mushrooms, magic mushrooms. They're doing the same thing. They're pushing to legalizing that. So he's normalizing it by taking an illegal substance on his widespread podcast, massive podcast. He's allowed to take an illegal substance and there's no repercussions for it. Ask yourself, why is that? How is he able to get away with that? Well, he's pushing the agenda. He's normalizing it. It's just something people do. Everybody does. You know, it's fine. And the thing that they're doing with the magic mushrooms is exactly the same that they're doing with illegal pot, where there's a corporate control over the substance. It's dictated by corporations. It's dictated by the alphas in the caste system, where they control everything about it. So again, like I said, and I'm not someone who hasn't tried these substances. I've done pretty much all of them. Okay, but like I said, it should be legal. In my opinion, it should be absolutely legal. It should be truly free and undictated by a corporation. It should not be dictated by a corporation. You should be able to grow it yourself. You should be able to do it all yourself. It also shouldn't be pushed on people. The agenda of pushing it on people is a cultural agenda for a specific reason. Secondly, it's a method of control. It sounds great because these are plants, these are funguses. They should be available to everybody. If someone chooses on their own will to take this substance, that should be fine. I have no issue with that. But when there's a corporate control over it, a corporate monopoly, that's an issue. When George Soros is investing hundreds of millions of dollars, when Peter Thiel is investing hundreds of millions of dollars, that should be a red flag for you. You should be aware of this, and you should understand that this is a method of control. This is a method of cultural change, and this is a method of enslavement. That's exactly what we're seeing going on here. So you're not allowed to grow them. Only the corporate masters, only the alphas can grow them. Oh, and this is another one. This might not.
Tree Snake is on the brand.
But I want you to listen very carefully here. This is Bruce Damer. We'll get into him in a second. High-level DOD, direct Pentagon connection to Dennis McKenna.
You're muted. You're muted.
We're going to finish that in a bit, but we're going to listen to this first. Remember I was talking to you earlier about the Sotos?
Yeah.
So in the outside of group chat for Mark's group, the strangest people end up in this place. This is, I guess, a critique of Mark by one of the students in his class.
Oh shit.
I'd like to talk about my observations, Mark.
So we made the video, we clipped it, we put this image on here. So she didn't do it. We just put shit-eating grin, Mark, new age grin on there.
Yeah, shit-eating new age grin.
So get a load of this shit.
Wait, is this
I'd like to
Angela?
talk about my observations, Mark Passio's work.
Steven Soto's wife.
As a whole.
Mrs. Soto.
Now, this is coming from someone who is fairly new to his work. I've only been studying his work since 2022, but I would like to give my honest assessment so far. I have gone through every lecture and seminar that he has put out on YouTube. I have made attempts to listen to
Every single one? Holy shit.
She just said YouTube. She didn't say the radio show.
the beginning of his podcast and failed due to his poor audio quality.
Okay. So, personal error. Like, we all grew up with the radio, lady. Like, you know, like, we were able to hear back then. Is it really that bad? But okay, whatever. Sure. I guess everyone has to hear in 5K these days.
Now, it is clear that Mark Passio only puts out work for people who do not have any love in their life. And
Wow. Holy cow.
What?
That's, for one, that's a very broad statement.
Ooh. Damn.
Yeah.
None of us have love in our lives, guys.
None of us.
Fuck.
We don't love each other.
Feisty.
Yeah, feisty.
Very feisty. And this is someone who paid to get into his course.
For the How to Become the One True Media course. That's not.
Well, obviously she got, a great deal, and she's like, she's the reason why Mark should be charging like $6,000 for this shit.
Yeah. Yeah. These people
yeah.
accidentally end up in the course for some reason. So, yeah, so let's keep going.
has the time to listen to 3 to 9 hour lectures in one sitting.
As if the pause button doesn't exist. We can't.
Yeah, we have to watch it in one sitting.
In one sitting? Like, this is all recorded and we can pause and come back later, right, lady?
Oh, and it's a 2-for-1 deal. They paid for one, but they're both sitting in to the class because that's great.
Oh, that's not even allowed, is it?
Yeah, it is.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like, look, you're both in the class. Like, what are you?
Oh, got it.
I don't know, like,
yeah.
I wonder if she would pay for the class if it was just
No
her on
fucking
her
way.
own,
Obviously, no way.
Mark Mark makes allowances, like if like considering like your situation or anything, like, but like, you know, he works with people for sure if their times are difficult. But like, I mean, look, if you could like, you know, put your whole name on the line right now to criticize him, then you know you could at least pay for another ticket. Like, you know what I mean?
Wait, so Mark allowed her to watch for free, basically.
Yeah,
I guess.
taking the class for free, essentially.
Oh my god! And then she's
And then
talking.
they both participate, you know, on the same level. And it's like, yeah,
Yeah.
they're on the shared.
And they're like the nastiest people in the chat, allegedly. I haven't seen it because I'm not in the chat, but
They're
like,
real power couple, from what I hear.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Obviously very happy in their relationship.
Very power anti-vegan couple.
Oh
she's
shit!
she's also the one who
live-
said, yeah, do you remember who they are now? Because she said that Mark, he gets commented about him getting hurt very often, and he probably just needs some chicken broth with like a winky face. So literally the trash apes that he's been speaking about.
They live in Mexico.
Oh, they do?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, she told her story about how she went back to Mexico and started eating animal products because she was vegan, of course.
They're over there, dude. They're over in fucking in Acapulco. Don't tell anybody.
Oh, they're in Acapulco? Oh boy. So it's Team Berwick
Explains a lot.
we're dealing with here.
It explains great things.
It really does.
It does explain a lot.
How funny. Okay.
And that's even what we're dealing with some of these other people that we're dealing with is Team Berwick. And you know, and they don't like the natural law stuff at all. Because that, I don't know, it's just a bunch of scammers down there. And these social people. They want Berwick's. Oh, I saw it on TV. So we're gonna be anarchists and go live in Mexico. And then we're going to go shit all over anyone who's doing anything good in the liberty movement or in the freedom movement at all, because we aren't actually in it, because we didn't naturally come to it organically. We just saw this show on TV and thought it was cool.
What do you mean, man? Like, life's a game, you know. If you get caught up in a little scam here and there, you know, who cares?
Yeah.
You know, damn. Like, get the fuck out of here. Like, what?
Yeah,
All the
seriously.
time,
Leave my movement, people. There are plenty of people that would love to be in that class that would actually do something with it instead of just taking up space and talking shit the whole time, especially when they didn't even pay. Like, you know, that's crazy. So let's finish this. We're only 2 sentences in, Steve. We are only 2 sentences into this.
I say that very bold
let's hear the
statement
great
because
things.
he does not make his videos easily digestible for the average human being.
Okay, fair enough. You know, that's why he's doing this course. He's trying to have other people put the message out in a more easier way for your average human being. That is what he has promoted as long as I know, you know, he's been doing things. So you're literally taking a course where he's trying to get you to do what you're criticizing that he doesn't do, lady. Like, he has this, like, he's been offering the solution to your ignorant statement the whole time. And it's always funny because it's always some dickhead who's like, I haven't really spent that much time following this guy, but he's an idiot, you know, but it's been enough. There's another video we're going to watch. Patrick Smith, what's his name? Disenthrall. He did a whole series on the junk science of natural law on Mark Passio. And it'll be really funny. Like, we're good. It's one of the 20 things I want to watch right now on the show, unfortunately. It's pretty long,
But you should see these idiots
Oh my god.
gleefully trying to tear apart what Mark's talking about before even seeing the whole lecture. It's fucking hysterical, dude. These guys are such dumb shits.
Isn't he down there too? They're all down there, right?
Where? In Acapulco, yeah. He took over Berwick's. No, that's what I'm talking about. All these idiots. Yeah. He took over Berwick's podcast. So obviously he's scum and he's a open moral relativist. He argues in favor of moral relativism all the time.
Man.
And
No,
so
but he calls it, he
great.
says,
So it's
we're
a
just
cult.
not moral realists. And
So
that's
they're
what
in
he
a
doesn't
cult.
want to call himself a moral relativist.
They're in a corporate cult. Like it's a corporate
Yeah.
cult. Like that's what it
Yeah.
is.
Straight up. Yeah.
and all the cult leaders have Netflix documentaries and shit right now. Barry Cooper, Jeff Berwick, and these are the guys that are the most evil in our movement, the most satanic in our movement, and the most influential in our movement are the guys getting Netflix documentaries. And, you know, when you do any research on these guys at all, you find scam after scam after scam after scam after violent behavior, after over dishonest, you know, like just complete shitballs who, you know, they claim to be best buddies with Mark Passio, yet obviously, you know, like all these guys just use each other for clout. They're all brothers in clout, and it's gross, you know. Like the Berwick clan is you know, the whole Berwick cult thing down there. They're super creepy. And like, dude, that fucking documentary was embarrassing, man. Those are the brightest and yikes, the Anarchist thing on HBO. Embarrassing. But we were there for that. I remember you were there for that.
I didn't see it. I wasn't there. I never went. I fucking stayed away from that because I met Berwick. I met him when he gave Mark his first deal when he gave Mark. I was there, dude. And the way he fucking rubbed me was wrong, dude. It was just like I was standing right next to Mark. And he fucking
it's a cokehead.
Dude, he walks around me, right? And fucking just plants. And I'm like, what the fuck did you just do? Like, dude, fucking faggot, dude. Faggot.
Well, that's likely true.
Like, I was not going to shit, dude. And then he comes to Anarchadelphia, and he's such a creep. He's all over everybody's women and shit. It's like, dude, fucking get a hold of yourself, you fucking piece of shit.
Yeah.
He's a little out of control.
He's super out of control. But let's get back to this video.
That does have love in their life, that requires their attention. Mark Passio puts out work for people who are like him, bitter, depressed, and alone. People that have absolutely no love in their life and are looking for
absolutely none
reason to hate the world even more and get people to
wait a minute. Hate the world because we're trying to make people more moral. We hate the world. I'm confused here.
Yeah, man. Bro. We want to teach this stuff to like ruin people. Fuck. What the fuck? Like
ruin people's.
No, we're trying to make the world worse by doing this. Obviously. Like, duh.
Yeah. By helping animals, by following natural law, and holding people accountable to their words and their actions. There's fucking murderers out like that we've talked about. Fucking hot people that hire hits on their wives. Like, wake the fuck up where you're at. Get out of Disneyland. What the fuck?
Like, what the fuck are these people doing with their lives? She said, Allie, we were talking about, she sounds like a public school teacher.
Yeah, like a shitty like a power tripping teacher that
Like works for
I've
the
had
state.
at some point. Yeah, that like is like really condescending, but says it in a really nice voice. But she's telling you that you're stupid, but just saying it and with this new age grin on her face.
I'm funny.
Form to their worldview of
She's got a nice
thinking
voice.
that
She's
only
got a very nice
creates
voice.
more loneliness and bitterness. I have observed this through his How to Be the True Media course and watched his students spend every day and night on the group chat talking about all the knowledge that can only be understood by the select few who have studied this knowledge for years. Now, Mark Passio's supposed goal is to free humanity from slavery. Yet, he does not make content that is for the public mind. He is stuck in his own reality, believing that putting out more of the same elongated, depressing content will bring more of the average mind to view his content.
He's literally doing the course you were talking about because he knows that. He knows he can't reach everybody with his kind of dated tactics. That's why he's doing the course, you dumb bitch.
He said multiple times over the years he can't believe that he's the guy doing this. And it's I forget the exact words he uses, but
like there should be 5 guys bigger than him doing more clever things. I don't know, like that's the whole point, is getting the information and trying to get it out there in whatever way you can. But all these guys just take the easy route and just kind of plagiarize him, and he's not doing it that well. So therefore their shit is just garbage. So he's asking us, and by offering the course, that's what he's doing, lady. So what's your point for making this video? If you're so smart, how have you not figured that out yet? It sounds like you think you can do all this stuff better and your ego's hurt because you don't have people taking your course. That's what it sounds like to me. And you know, from your presentation in the chat and the you know, just this presentation, yuck. Like I wouldn't want to live in anarchy with you.
Do they have a lot of work?
Fortunately, this is not reality.
I doubt it. I mean, we'd have to do a little bit of investigation.
They must have like a
That's what I was planning. I was planning on looking at several people's work today, but I knew this was going to be like a 10-hour show. I'll have to do most of the stuff next week.
No, I'll set aside
it's like every video I want to watch is like 2 hours or 40 minutes or something. So
I swear to God, I'm ready to set aside a good 2-3 years to go over all their work, just like I have with Mark.
Yeah,
you know?
That's what I told these dudes. They don't understand who they're dealing with. I'm all, we're gonna start doing a deep dive on you guys then.
Yeah, and shit's really easy now. AI, and you could upload a whole bunch of videos to transcribe and then ask the AI, hey, where did they say this? And then everything comes up. And so
no, that was like the Europa Law Group, the Europa Natural Law Group. I went in there and just looked at all 7 episodes they have, looked for the word shadow work, and it came up twice, and it wasn't further elaborated on. Not that that's saying that they don't talk about
Europe
shadow work without using the words, but it's like if you're a new recruit to natural law and you just got into this stuff, you better be talking about shadow work all day on your podcast, because you're not there yet. You got a lot of stuff to do. You definitely shouldn't be teaching yet. And that's what I see with a lot of these social groups that pop up around Mark.
Jeffrey,
these
you
guys
don't
just
understand Europe. Europe has it all figured out. All the Europeans, they're civilized. You know, they're
good Lord.
They know that they look down and they say, you're just animals, and that's the way they look at us, like animals. They do. My sister lives there. She's one of them. She's one of them. I'm telling you, like, it's not good.
Was she born there?
I was born in the Soviet Union.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Sick. That must have been fun.
But she linked up with a guy over here that went to like a big, like the best business school in the world over here.
Sick.
And
Let's finish this video.
The reality is, people are addicted to short attention content and only respond to high vibrational energy. Mark's problem is not that he expresses his anger, rage, and bitterness on camera.
Okay, so the whole short attention span thing has been programmed onto us.
Yeah, that's not Mark's fault. Sorry.
Not that that's necessarily what she's saying, but that's what clipping is for. And there's plenty of Mark Passio clips on YouTube. If you search them, you just search for Mark Passio and you look at the shorter videos of him. They're called clips and they exist. And just because Mark does long form does not mean that clips of him don't exist and people can't learn from his clips. So
yeah,
again,
I
very
do
strange.
I do clips on TikTok of Mark. Search Slav Squatch on TikTok. You'll see, like, I have a bunch of them. You could just share those.
Yep.
Mark's problem is that he only expresses his anger, rage, and bitterness on camera. The average person needs to feel that they can relate to you. This is the simple objective reality of how the average person's mind has been molded by the media and entertainment.
Then how has Mark been as successful as he has been? While he doesn't see himself being as successful as he thinks he should be, he's definitely got a good reputation and has had one and has, work with millions of views on it. I really don't this critique,
Look,
I don't really know.
Look, if you factor in the shadow banning, right? I always tell people this one instance, right? It's simple. You take the word matrix, you translate it into Russian, you put that word matrix into YouTube or whatever, some Russian or actually just in YouTube, you could just put it in there, and it's translated into Russian. The matrix decoded presentation, and it has like 1.5 million views. Just that one video. So like,
no, dude, they're yeah.
Well, you're in there. You know all about like how that works and how like they shadow ban the shit out of people, and like you have to like really put your nose to the grindstone. Like they were like fucking going all over the tri-state fucking at one point. That's how they created he created Free Your Mind, the conference. Like people don't really like conceptualize that.
Well, especially after the big purge, so much good content got wiped from YouTube. I can't even believe the shit I used to have, and it's just all gone. All kinds of good stuff from back in the day. But I don't like the dude's done pretty well. This criticism is definitely like, he hasn't changed the world completely yet, therefore he failed. Like, calm down, lady.
Yes.
So he needs to stop fighting the truth of this reality.
He needs to just listen to this lady.
If he wants his
who's too broke to pay for her own way to get into this course.
Important message to be broadcasted to the masses. He needs to meet his audience halfway, or he does need to accept that he is wasting his time trying to reach them.
You think he doesn't talk about that, lady? Like, what the fuck? Like he's always talking about wasting his time. Like this is nothing new.
I gotta say, I am
Mark
learning
isn't a
so much.
scammer. He pays out, dude. Like straight up. Did you know about the big donor for the One Great Work Network?
No.
Dude, bro. They all got, there's like 70 content creators. They all got 10 grand in like a span of 6 months.
Crazy.
Do you know how much fucking cash that?
He
Do you
could
know
have
how much fucking
easily not given a cent to most of those people.
No, everybody got exactly. He sent out emails to the guy because people didn't have their shit set up. Like you wouldn't believe that people didn't have their fucking shit set up on there.
Yeah. And he got after them to set up to get their money. Well, that shows a lot because he didn't have to do that. He got that attention, but that's what you're supposed to do on a network. You know, you're supposed to, you know, when the network makes
But
money,
you have
they
to have integrity.
make everyone a better.
You're not going to take a paycheck like this fucking Joe Rogan motherfucker or whoever, you know, these motherfuckers.
Yeah.
They just take a check.
Yeah.
They sell everybody out. And that's what all these motherfuckers are. And Mark is definitely not that dude.
From both his work and his mistakes. I am learning to retain the gold and leave the trash in his work. I'm glad I am taking his True Media course, but I would never take it again. If someone else with a better attitude and personality would teach more courses like this, we would be.
He needs to be nicer. Good Lord. He needs to be nicer about everything. He needs to cater to exactly what I want. He's not allowed to express himself in the way he wants to express. Like, holy crap, lady.
I am working on taking his work and
He's not talking
transforming
to
it
her.
to be broken down for
He's not
the
talking to
public
her.
mind.
He's talking to
We all
people
just
that
keep
fucking
speaking with-
matter and make a difference, bitch. Like,
yeah, exactly.
This knowledge in a way
If you don't like his shit, then fucking piss off. Like, holy crap.
that only the select few can process it. We are only speaking within our own echo chambers.
That's true. That it? Yeah, I guess that's it. But yeah, just shockingly
I would like
funny.
to give my honest assessment so far. I have
Yeah, just batshit. That's like Mark's doing this course, and that's the kind of people that end up in it somehow. Like, just wild. Like, I know so many people. Like, there's this guy. What's his name? First name Roush. I forget. There's like tons of dudes that are out there that are like people, yeah. Just I'd rather have better people in the class, than these people that just like, and then they like go into the chat rooms and shit and trash Mark and trash other people in the class.
yeah, and they have
Like,
their own
vehemently.
cosmology. They have completely created everything on their own. They're Renaissance people. They're real like aficionados. Like, get the fuck out of here. You have nothing. Like, you have nothing to bring here. Like you came to learn, and you can't shut your fucking mouth. It's disgusting.
Yeah.
It's disgusting. And it gets worse every year, dude.
Does it really? Yeah, I bet.
The type of people that come in, you wouldn't
That it
believe.
would. You're just getting lower quality, just more clout chasers and more clout chasers. And then now that the liberty movement has gone mainstream, it's just like, oh, now we're just getting just like straight criminals. It's nothing but criminals, you know, and just like really scummy people showing up, trying to take advantage of a group of people that frowns upon most laws, you know. Like, it's always been the fatal flaw of the liberty movement. You know, there's the acceptingness
there's still law.
scammers.
There is still law.
Natural law. There's still
Yeah.
you know,
they don't want any law.
theft
They
is
want,
still wrong.
they run with the cults. They want to be able to fucking take everything.
The
from
one-eye cult.
Yeah, they want to take everything from everybody. They want to steal. They want to murder. They want to rob. You know, people don't realize that like people are gunning for you, like for everybody that's alive that has any brains, like, you know, like just this kid right here, man. That's proof right there. Like, fuck, dude,
got iced.
Now it sounds like Joe Rogan does a bump of cocaine right here. I want you to listen for the bag, literally ruffling a bag. I want you to listen for the snort, and I want you to listen for the drip afterwards. And also in the context of what Bruce is talking about, where people are hiding their drug use, and it should be out in the open and free.
Waiting for her, and she's getting high on all this sugar, because we still get high on sugar. Here we are drinking our coffees, right, with our sugar, and she's watching.
Okay, drinking our coffees with our sugar, and he does a scooping motion. So
sugar, not caffeine,
again,
right?
Where's Rogan getting these drugs from? Is MAP supplying the drugs? Is Onnit supplying the drugs? Is the illegal drug trade and this legal study of drugs, is it all synonymous with each other? I believe it is.
And that pattern of scales has evolved to mesmerize.
Okay. Now, I'm not saying 100% that's what he did, but that's sure what it sounds like and looks like. Anyways, moving back to MAPs here. The corporate goal. George Soros.
Can you imagine Joe Rogan coming down off coke? Yikes.
Oh, I forgot to mention MAPS. Another
Dude,
thing you're going to see through all this
Rogan
counterculture MK Ultra stuff
is who
heavy
Mark would have
involvement
been
with
if
the
he would
Soviet
have
Union.
taken the carrot. Like, he would have been, you're muted, but like he would have been even more so, I feel.
Yeah, basically.
Okay, there's a reason for that. If you watch that KGB defector, I can't. His name escapes me right now. Yuri Bezmenov, and he talks about how the KGB wanted to push yoga and these meditation and these Esalen type movements within the country because there's a method of control with that. Okay, so and it's on record. You can read the documents how they would push it. They had a hard time. The Soviets had a hard time running operatives via the West Coast, and they found an in with the peace hippie movement. So again, MAPS working with the Soviets in the 90s, 1994, 92, right on that turning point, working with since 1985. So this is this guy researching ketamine in the former Soviet Union, which is still the Soviet Union. If you don't understand that they faked their breakup, that was all predicted by the defectors, like Anatoly Golitsyn. That's exactly what's going on. I would research that. But he was researching ketamine. And if you go through here, it seems as though he was more interested in the subconscious mind than anything, what the effects and how to influence the subconscious mind. That seems to be his main focus here when working with ketamine on people. And they got contracts with military hospitals, like veterans hospitals. So where was MAPS born? Where did the idea come from? Well, Mr. Doblin shares a fascinating story about how the idea for MAPS got started at the Esalen Institute in Big Sur, California. So again, think of it in terms of the Bohemian Grove of the 21st century, where you're having studies going on people, but you're also having these high-level Silicon Valley and people from every institution going there and creating, scheming up new ideas and new movements and new agendas via the Esalen Institute. So who goes to the Esalen Institute?
Esalen, where you just were on the Big Sur coast, and they stored them at their in-town.
Did you see what happened to Big Sur?
What?
Unfortunately, those are I'm not sure why, but Joe Rogan goes to the Esalen Institute. He's talking to Bruce Damer there. And if you haven't watched that interview with Bruce Damer, please watch that, at least the first 20 minutes of it or so. It's very telling. So we're going to transition on into the Esalen Institute here. So The Esalen Institute. Again, like I said, who visits the Esalen Institute? Who came out of the Esalen Institute? How much influence did the Esalen Institute have on the culture in shaping our society and the collapsing society of this country of the West? Well, here's some famous assets, cultural change agents coming out of the Esalen Institute. Alan Watts, Aldous Huxley, who inspired the creation of Esalen, Terence McKenna, Joe's boy, Terence McKenna, Timothy Leary, Richard Alpert, Rick Doblin, Straussman, Robert Anton Wilson. Okay? All these assets coming from the Esalen Institute. Having their Soviet handlers at the Esalen Institute dictate to them what they talk about. Most of the agendas on Rogan's podcast are coming from the Esalen Institute. They're originally ideas stemming from the Esalen Institute, like I stated earlier with the universal basic income, first created at the Esalen Institute, promoted via Alan Watts, now promoted via Joe Rogan's podcast, and we're seeing us pushed in that direction. So,
wow.
The Esalen Institute. In 1962, Michael Murphy and Dick Pierce famously founded the Esalen Institute. Less well known is the fact that they founded this institute based on advice coming from an older generation of mentors, such as Aldous Huxley, the guy who wrote the Brave New World Blueprint. Him and his brother Julian Huxley. Julian Huxley promoted the idea of chaos via political, economic, etc. landscape for a brave new world to rise out of it, a centrist movement. I'm paraphrasing here. Actually, let me pull that up because this is important. His brother and Aldous was involved in the exact same agendas. And Brave New World is a blueprint. So Julian Huxley, the end of evolution, a new categorical imperative, purpose. This is coming from his agenda, Julian Huxley's agenda, Aldous' brother, purposely create tension across the political, social, economic, etc. planes via liberalism, communism, and fascism. Now you can look at Trump as fascist. That's what he's portrayed as. So a collective new humanity will emerge. A collective new humanity will emerge. Now remember this clip? A collective new humanity will emerge. All this stems back to
Yeah, I'm hoping that having him in office is that the whole thing was such a clusterfuck and that so many people are so disturbed that it's going to make people more politically active and more aware of the consequences of having someone like that in office.
Yeah, and actually, weirdly, unifying.
Yeah.
Because
the guy's pro-Trump now.
Mentors such as Aldous Huxley, Alan Watts, Joseph Campbell. Now, Campbell, if you are unaware of these people, which is understandable because this research is suppressed, they've kept Jan Irvin, who really dug all this stuff out and droned through documents and things to make this information available. This is a huge agenda that they don't want in the public domain. Go look at Jan Irvin's Logos Media. Go check out Logos Media. Read his articles over there, and please dive into his brain database. He has all the connections there. It is beautifully done. All the footnotes. You can spend months in the thing. This is an important agenda that is unfolding before us right now, with history going into the past and then continuing into the future. All these people are covered by Jan Irvin, with Lawrence Rockefeller being another major supporter of Campbell. Lawrence Rockefeller was also an important behind-the-scenes advisor to Michael Murphy since the founding stages of Esalen and donated millions of dollars to the Institute. Again, the Rockefellers are always there. Is that why Joe thinks it's ridiculous? Are the Rockefellers ridiculous? The Rothschild agents, the Rockefellers, are they ridiculous? I don't think so. The Packard Foundation, Ford Foundation, Carnegie Foundation, all had some involvement with the Esalen Institute in the early 60s and early 70s, which otherwise appears to have been reasonably profitable on its own. It would be clear what forces were behind the founding Esalen Institute. It should be clear what forces were behind the founding of the Esalen Institute, an institute we will get back to in a later chapter. Okay? It's all footnoted. Those are all the references. Again, Esalen Institute. The sensitivity training and quote sexual encounter programs of the most radical California groups, such as Esalen Institute and its many imitators, were all developed and implemented by Tavistock Institute psychologists. Tavistock involved. Esalen Institute is Tavistock involved. Again, this is a hard book to find, and it's basically one of their only published ones on them doing studies and documenting those studies that you can find. It's pretty lukewarm as far as what they're doing here, but it's thought architecture. It's all about how to dictate the subconscious. Now anybody can go to Esalen Institute if you pay, but you're going to be experimented on, and you're going to be an experiment essentially for future programs and future operations. Okay. So I want to read this article just so people have a better understanding of what the Esalen Institute was used for, and how much the Soviet Union was involved in the Esalen Institute. I want to hopefully pull up. Okay, let me show you this real quick. This is from I can't believe I'm drawing a blank on it. This is a book by An End to Ordinary History is what it is, and it's all about the the men who stare at goats type operations, which I'm going to get into later, which is involved with all this stuff, but it's really a smokescreen. It's about those operations, the CIA and the KGB, and their interest in it. Okay, so it was written by Dick Pierce, one of the founding members of Esalen, and it's heavily influenced by Esalen. It's supposedly based on truth. So this is in the beginning of the book. My thanks to Jim Hickman, whose understanding and love of the Soviet Union had informed all of us to work on this book. The Soviet Union was so heavily involved in Esalen, it makes your head spin. Okay, so this is a really good article to refer to, how a famed New Age retreat center helped end the Cold War. As far as understanding of the Soviet influence over Esalen and how much they really dictated that. I'm not going to read the whole article right now for this video. I'm going to do another video where I actually go through it because it's a long article. But I'm going to read some of the key points. Again, just so you have an understanding, the Soviet Union promoted its foreign policy through the World Peace Council and other front organizations. So the Soviets had a hard time running operations via the West Coast, and they found an in with the hippie movement, the drug culture, the hippie culture. This is a good way to infiltrate and subvert the West from within. That's exactly what they were trying to do, and what they're still trying to do, because the Soviet Union still exists to this day. You all should understand that. It was a synthetic breakup. The defectors predicted it. Anatoly Golitsyn predicted it to a T. So I'll just briefly mention some of the stuff this article talks about. People from Esalen were allowed to go for the Soviet Union and literally hand out literature. Okay, no issue. Americans in the Soviet Union just handing out literature. Red flag. They were doing things like helping Soviet engineers, giving Soviet engineers information on how to redirect rivers and stuff like that. Like literal treason was going on via the Esalen Institute, and they would bring KGB people in, and there was a lot of compromising going on there, because this is what goes on there. A bunch of naked people in the hot springs. A lot of stuff goes on at the Esalen Institute. So it's a great place to compromise people. And that's a lot of what's going on there. Similar to Bohemian Grove. So there's a lot of KGB agents there that's all listed and documented. Again, a lot of the Esalen people, a big cover is the whole expanding your consciousness, telekinesis, psychic warfare. These are covers. These are smoke screens. And that's what they were using for their smokescreen to run these operations. And there's a lot in this article. Like I said, I'm going to do a separate video on it and just go through the whole article. Astronauts were interacting there.
Everything that I've been
people
thinking and coming to. Like, I've literally been on the edge.
Let me get down to Boris Yeltsin here.
You know, because I've been following the war,
like Ukraine.
Yeah, I'm on TikTok, and I'm always talking to people. Like I talk to people that are on the front. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yikes. Yeah, I've seen some crazy videos of like U.S. mercenaries working out there for fighting the Ukrainians, or fighting the Russians. It's crazy to see those videos of Americans just yelling and fucking being all crazy and shooting people.
Well,
for some other country's war, that's fucking insane, dude. It's a sketchy job to take.
It's literally like a meat grinder, dude. It's just a meat grinder. You know, you go there, if you're a desired asset, when you get there, your position is kept. But if you're like say like some truthers like us go there, right, and that we want to fight for something, they'll sell our position and coordinates immediately, and they'll get us hit. Like, that's how that shit works. It's a meat grinder. It's not a war. It's a theater where you go and you will be used by the machine, or you'll be discarded.
Yeah, like wag the dog almost too. Like the amount of YouTube videos I see of people getting blown up with drones is just on Facebook. Like, it's shocking how much they show us on Facebook.
FPV drone warfare, first person view.
And
they have ordnance on them, and they explode. You have to be ready. I mean, I don't know if you've seen like people shooting them out and shit, but
oh yeah, it's crazy. It's a very shocking time.
But they're readying
Suicide drones.
They're using that. They're learning. They're getting all that information. They're going to use that to control all of the world. It's going to be corporate cults. Like Berwick's cult. He's going to have like a fucking a drone army and shit of his own.
Oh my god.
They're going to be coming for me, if anybody.
Yeah, I mean,
I've been talking shit a long time.
That's why we have to, challenge these people. Like, fuck that. Like, they're gonna sell their souls and shit, motherfucker.
Yeah. Well.
So Yeltsin came to America. This is before he was selected to be president. Came to America via the Esalen Institute, and they brought him around. They showed him around America, and after he came to America via the Esalen Institute, he was instated as the president. Okay?
Gotcha.
And how does that working together?
Oh, man.
This is track 2 diplomacy. People involved, that's where that term comes from, Esalen. Track 2 diplomacy. The idea was to forge new lines of communication between Cold War powers by bringing some of the USSR's leading scientists and spiritualists to Esalen Institute to mix with their counterparts in the United States. Maybe we all have common goals. Sounds pretty treasonous to me. Sounds like they were setting up for a brave new world. It sounds like the Soviets had a lot of influence over our people, and they were trading information back and forth. That's how some of the folks from Stanford Research Institute in Silicon Valley, who would one day be responsible for funding and building the biggest technologies firms, met up with the Russian cosmonists. Now, this is all via Esalen Institute. They set up a series of events at Esalen's Big Sur campus. So you're having these, these Silicon Valley people meet up with these Russian scientists, meeting up with these Russian cosmonists, scientists, okay? So again, why do we see all these Soviet Jews running the high technology? I mean, if you, some of you are hopefully aware of like the Talpiot guys and their research. I think most of it's pretty much off the internet at this point, unfortunately, but the whole Talpiot program and what you see going on in Israel is all these Soviet Jews dictating Israel, because that's what Israel is. It's a backdoor into the West. So again, a lot of it's happening via the Esalen Institute. Okay, so these cosmonists, these Russian cosmonists who were communists at the time, the cosmonists went the furthest into its visions of transformation, calling for the end of death and the resurrection of the dead and a free movement in cosmic space. Now, these are key narratives originating from Soviets, okay? Cosmonists influenced Soviet politics and technology. The cosmonists told Americans, LSD-taking spiritualists, that technology could give them a way to beat death. So these are the agendas originating out of Esalen. So I think you're starting to understand what's going on here. We're not being beaten by machines, but by a league of tech billionaires who have been taught to believe that humans are the problem and technology is the solution. We must become aware of their agenda and fight it if we're going to survive. Now, that's a key quote. I want to play this clip here. There's some interesting stuff going on here.
Rudolph II, supported. He funded these alchemists. And the initial project.
Now, this is Bruce Damer speaking here. High-level DOD, like I said, friends with Joe Rogan, good friends with Dennis McKenna to the point where they smoke DMT together. And Bruce gets ideas for science via the DMT. He works with NASA. He works with these think tanks. Actually, well, I'll play that in a minute.
Project was not to turn lead into gold, but to animate. Rudolph II, supported. He funded these alchemists. And the initial project was not to turn lead into gold, but to animate matter from dead to alive. And that's been a passion of mine for a long time. But it was
a passion of yours has been to bring the dead back to life.
Or to
so goes on
to bring the dead back to life. What did this clip say? What were the Soviet cosmonists interested in?
Very Talmudic.
Where did that go?
Oharian.
Where did that go? Vision went furthest into visions of transformation for calling for the end of death and the resurrection of the dead and free movement in cosmic space. Where do we see these agendas pushed constantly? We see these agendas pushed constantly on Alex Jones, and we see these agendas pushed constantly through the intellectual dark web and Joe Rogan. Okay, so are we starting to see where their agenda is originating out of? Let's get back to this clip here.
On the cycle forever, but we're far from the big win. But we're getting into the territory where if we could completely turn this around, we're going to the next level. Life extension, everything. It's really amazing. Sitting here on this planet with this incredible potential of space colonies and life extension and unlimited cloning.
Something like a soul or energy or consciousness or something like that.
Yes, a form, like an Aquinas form, right? But yes, I think that those are actually two different things as well. Like the idea of Tichiyat Metim, which is the idea of resurrection of the dead. That's a different idea than what happens after you die, right? Tichiyat Metim is the idea that eventually the Messiah comes, that we'll all be resurrected back in our physical bodies at a certain point, which, honestly, given the nature of how science is moving and the possibilities of cloning, is actually less crazy than it sounded probably a couple of thousand years ago.
Yeah.
I was born on Earth. I was the richest man on several planets. I was born on Earth. The first time.
Now, this is from a show which I believe is predictive programming, and it's all about transferring your consciousness into clones, which I think is the actual agenda. I think the whole concept, which is pushed by Esalen, is the idea that uploading your consciousness into this Hive computer is not the actual agenda. I think that is a false agenda, like what Elon Musk promotes. The real agenda is using clones and other things like that. And Bruce Damer also agrees with me. He'll speak the real agenda. That's what he does best. He talks openly about these things. And so, again, I think this is really what's going on.
When I died, I was 99. New technology transferred my consciousness to a new body. For 263 years, I sleeved into new bodies, living on in perfect health.
The fault of your every memory, your every spirit, a new de-aging disease. The body will decay, but your memories live on in someone else's body. Your new slave. This is a pointless task. It makes death itself only a memory.
Sunday at the National Space Society's annual event. I'm talking about China's new Silk Road.
This is key here as well. I'm going to skip over this for now because that's going to be the next thing I mention here.
It's economy.
Actually,
Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, the two guys who can save us by opening a platinum highway in the sky. What does that mean? A platinum highway in the sky means a space economy.
That's also in basically world started by these
So they love their slavery. First off, psychologically manipulated. Secondly, I'm offering you miracles. So you have your Peter Thiel types, your Elon Musk types offering you these miracles, these technologies, okay? Giving you this technology so you love them for it. And they use it as a method to control you, giving you these new plant-based psychedelic medicines, that might actually have some benefits, but they're using it as a method of control. They're the ones dictating it. They're the ones using it against you.
But they will be happy in a situation where they oughtn't to be happy.
The fourth world.
Now, this is an actual agenda, the fourth world, and this is exactly what we see going on here.
No one really talks about the fourth world, do they? That's because we haven't seen the fourth world come about. The fourth world came up in the title of the Congress I attended. It was called the Fourth World Wilderness Congress. Maurice Strong said it was called the Fourth World because it was the fourth one of these environment congresses that Edmund de Rothschild had created. I learned later that the world order refers to the coming one world government as the fourth world. World control by the world order where there is no more first, second, and third world. Just a boundaryless planet which is called the fourth world wilderness. Yogis and shamans refer to
fourth world wilderness dictated via Israel, at the center, at the hub.
It as the fourth world wilderness, the lostness of the mind. The lostness of the mind refers to the collective consciousness. Persons will be coerced through lies, drugs, fear, and pain to surrender themselves, their egos, to the collective consciousness. The fourth world will be a return to a society much like the Caesars or Babylon or the Fourth Reich. Within the fictionalized societies described in Huxley's Brave New World and Brave New World Revisited and Orwell's classic 1984. We will flourish with only a whimper. The world order wants to create a new society out of the ashes of chaos. A collectivist fourth world, complete with a collectivist religion, collectivist finance, and unchecked world national socialism. The world order will offer Gaia, Mother Earth, to the masses.
I don't think national socialism, I think international socialism, and I think the universal basic income has a lot to do with that.
As the big brother image to worship in the fourth world.
It was with, but you can hang
small dose.
I believe that
cultural mission.
We'll play these clips in a moment here. I want to finish up while I'm talking about Esalen here and kind of give an example of what comes out of Esalen, you know, some of the operations that come out of it. So, Mind War. Michael Aquino, the famous Setian. The fifth degree of initiation is Maga, M-A-G-A. That's a fifth degree of initiation in the Temple of Set, which originates out of the Church of Satan, who he was also heavily involved with early on. So Aquino, who loves the Soviets, was very close with the Soviets. So let's read this. Aquino was deeply involved in what has been called the Revolution in Military Affairs, or RMA, the introduction of the most kooky, third-wave, New Age ideas into military long-range planning, which introduced such notions such as information warfare and cyber warfare into the Pentagon's lexicon. In the early 1980s, at the same time, Heidi and Alvin Toffler, mentioned him earlier, were spinning their Tavistock third-wave utopian claptrap to some of the Air Force's, which is Air Force Space Command, which Zach is a part of, Air Force's top brass, Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino, who was the first Army space officer, and other U.S. Army Colonel Paul Vallely, who completely supports Israel and supports the idea of Israel dictating the world. We're co-authoring an article for the Military Review. You know that article? Mind War. So, Carol Marshall, or Sherry Seymour, who is the one who unraveled the whole Promise Gate scandal, very well-respected research, private investigator, very well respected. So she persists that the Vallely and Aquino paper, which is Mind War, virtually spawned the entire revolution in military affairs, and its approach to warfare, military operations other than MOOTW, and viewing and its asymmetric approach to warfare and military operations other than MOOTW, and viewing mainstream media as potential mind war operatives or alternative media. In a follow-up U.S. Air Force Academy study, we learned why warfare must become multi-dimensional. The fifth dimension, information warfare, information overload. That's the fifth dimension of warfare. So this is from so the spectrum of conflict as portrayed in most readings is single dimension, linear, and continuous. It must be replaced by a multi-dimensional model, perhaps even a non-linear and discontinuous. Topographical mathematicians would call it a manifold, hence the name conflict manifold. Its primary characteristic is multidimensional. Now, the guy who termed the intellectual dark web is a mathematician. And as we see with this Trump media, the nonlinear warfare is completely out of control. Let's listen to this.
it's almost like there's too many things happening for one person to pay attention to all of them. And if you're only focusing
informational overload.
Yes,
Exactly.
if you're only, but hold on, if you're only
information overload, non-linear warfare. So mind war, which originates out of Esalen, according to Michael Aquino. Let me see if I can get right here. This is where he admits it. He's admitted it a bunch of times, but this is a clip that you should go watch. He comes out of Esalen. Excuse me, I don't know what happened there. It comes out of Esalen, the Esalen Institute. It comes out of studies, unpublished papers called the Transformation Project, where according to him, they were studying thought architecture, or how to manipulate the subconscious mind, how to dictate the subconscious mind, where 95% of your thought process, that's a conservative number, 95% of your thought process takes place. So your database that you're pulling information from, your the external stimuli that you absorb to create your algorithmic thinking, your initial thought, your conscious thought, is being pulled from the subconscious. So these guys were working out via the Esalen Institute, who actually, Aquino got in contact with these guys because of their published works with the Soviet influence, their published works with Soviet thought architecture, which Aquino somehow intimately knew, the Soviet research there. So this is the core structure of mind war, which is exactly what Alex Jones's operation is. Oh man, I should have that clip ready. Shoot. I'll insert it in here.
Like it. We have the zeitgeist. If you wanted to use an allegory, InfoWars has pulled the sword Excalibur. Others can't pull it. We pulled it. Trump pulled it. You pulled it. But if you don't use Excalibur, it's worthless. I am using Excalibur. Doesn't mean I'm perfect. Doesn't mean I'm not going to make mistakes or stumble or fall. Or at the end of this, not make it myself. But the new republic, the rebirth, will be launched. That's what it's all about. All right. Boy, you know, Scott Adams, CNN is losing the mind war. I have some smart advisors, but I do what I think I should do. They've begged me not to tell you this. But I will, because my weapon is the truth.
This is from the Mind War paper that spawned the revolution in military affairs, the future Soviet warfare theory within this country. These media are, of course, the electronic media, television and radio. Alex was one of the first TV radio broadcasters. That's what a podcast essentially is, television, radio. State-of-the-art developments in satellite communication and video recording techniques. Remember, this is 1980. Like the sword Excalibur, we have to reach out and seize this tool, and it can transform the world for us if we have the courage and the integrity to enhance civilization with it. If we do not accept Excalibur, then we relinquish our ability to inspire foreign cultures with our morality. If they then desire moralities unsatisfactory to us, we have no choice but to fight them on a more brutish level. So I'm not sure why I don't have the rest of it in there, but anyway, the core structure of mind war is this and weaponizing truth, using truth as a weapon. The mind war operative must know that he speaks the truth. So taking bits of truthful information and using it as a weapon. And our boy Bruce Damer knows all about
same shit James True was doing. And he still does this.
Knows all about Annie Marshall, and we'll get into Bruce Damer here.
Probably.
In a minute.
Branch. So Andrew Marshall is one of these. He's a shaman. He goes between very quietly.
He's a shaman.
And what he decided to do, get this.
So he's a shaman. Now, Andrew Marshall is a guy who initially instated, heavily involved in 9/11 as well. Andrew Marshall is a guy, he was originally appointed under Nixon, and he's the one who took Aquino and Valley's papers and their ideas and everybody else who was promoting it and instated it within this country. It stated the future Soviet warfare theories. Now, in the Project for the New American Century, they say take advantage, post-2001, take advantage of these future Soviet warfare theories. And we've certainly seen that happen. So he calls himself a shaman, code word. So again, he says he's a shaman. He very quietly goes in between communities. So you could look at like Rogan's podcast. He's essentially a shaman on his podcast where he goes and snakes in between these communities.
We do some kind of a practice. It's sort of a kind of global, multicultural, multi-ethnic, multi-technic shamanism. And I've been doing this for about 25 years. And what that is what I call put yourself on the shelf. Get the idea? Yourself is parked on the shelf, and then you dive into another world. And for me, this has been these delightful worlds of Pentagon think tanks, NASA mission design,
etc. Okay. So that's Bruce Damer. And again, like I said, we'll get into him in a moment. Oh, here's from Joe Rogan's podcast.
Radar
Gerlach?
dish.
What is Gerlach?
Gerlach. Oh, you haven't been out there, huh?
No, I love hippies in small doses. Hippies to me are like pizza. I just can't eat pizza every day for like a month.
I was with, but you can hang around Pentagon people. And
yes, I could probably hang around your camp. But if I went out there with really dirty people,
with Sherpas.
Sherpas. They brought Sherpas.
No, they're white people.
White Sherpas.
They're servers for the billionaires in their billionaire camps.
Oh, that's too much.
And they have walls of motorhomes.
I want to hang out with 100.
So he's over there at Burning Man, which is another excellent type of deal. Major importance with Burning Man, and he has these white slaves that are serving the billionaires in their billionaire class, which is what he is, high level DOD, etc. And he wants Joe Rogan to come out with him. Now, I also want you to look at that shirt, Mad Scientist. Now, I posted this interview in my community section on my YouTube channel. Check that out. And I put an emphasis on Mad Scientist. I said, Mad or Mao Scientist for a better tomorrow. And that was long before, a couple weeks before the Joe Rogan podcast with Alex Jones. Let's listen to what Alex had to say.
They're making their move right now.
Who's they?
The globalist technocracy, the mad scientists, the guys that want to learn the secrets of the universe.
So
probably already have them.
The mad scientists. Interesting statement there, Alex. The mad scientists. So this is Bruce Damer with. I might as well just get all this out of the way right now. This is Bruce Damer talking to Joe about Dennis.
There's only been 2 people ever that Dennis McKenna has recommended for this podcast. You and Josh Wickerham. So that puts you in very lofty company.
Yeah.
Dennis McKenna recommended Bruce Damer on Joe Rogan's podcast. Interesting. Dennis McKenna, of course, heavily involved in maps and everything we've covered.
Here's a secret that I'll tell you on here.
Oh, well, it won't be a secret.
It won't be a secret.
Might want to mime it.
So Dennis hasn't been to Burning Man.
Dennis McKenna. Good. Me and him, same page.
So
Two old guys who don't want to party with young kids.
So I told him that to tell you that Dennis would only go to Burning Man if you went.
Oh, did you do it the opposite way? You're playing us against each other?
There you go.
Yeah, that doesn't work with me, but thanks. That's sweet.
So Gerlach,
I would go anywhere with him, though.
You go anywhere with Dennis?
Yeah, I really would go with him just to talk to him for days.
Yeah, he's amazing. The world's most amazing.
Okay, and then also I wanted to point out there that was total LA vibes by Rogan there. I mean, complete LA. Like, oh, thanks, that was sweet. Like, okay, Joe. Anyway, I want to wrap this up or move on to some of the Pentagon connections with Joe and his whole operation here quickly, because I was talking about Jones and Mind War and stuff like that. This is interesting. Doom, this is just an interesting connection. Doom was created by the military, initially funded by the U.S. Marine Corps, to train people how to kill other human beings. This is all admitted. You can read articles about it. And who was a major proponent of promoting Doom? Joe Rogan. They also made the video game Quake, which he still promotes. And Alex Jones promotes Doom as well. So Doom, this is actually one of the most iconic images from when I was younger. I used to see this picture everywhere, and there's the Doom in the background. And there's Alex Jones promoting Doom, wearing the wristband. So it's like this game created by military intelligence is given to these information age assets to spread to the public. Just like other information and other agendas are given them to spread to the public. Again, Doom. Okay, so I want to move on into Joe Rogan's producer here real quick. And Joe Rogan's producer, Jamie, is pretty self-explanatory to me, or at least should be. Now, I want you to ask yourself this question. Joe Rogan has one of the highest level podcasts out there, and he has a producer that struggles. He's not a very good producer. He's not horrible. He's better than I would be, but he struggles to produce his show. He's always having issues. There's always technical issues. Ask yourself, why would Joe keep someone like that who can't run the show properly at his level? Why is that? Well, first I want to show you this.
And I've talked to a lot of people in law enforcement, military.
So Joe hangs out with a lot of people in law enforcement and military. Now, this is an interesting story Jamie told on the podcast. Well, Hot Dog Harry sounds like an intelligence asset to me. And I think that's exactly what he was. For example, let me do this first. Okay, so I'll just watch clip here. Like Operation America Loves You was where they were delivering hot dogs in Beirut, and Hot Dog Harry was involved there with Jamie's dad, Michael Vernon, who we'll get into here in a minute. So, book says Israel could have prevented 1983 barracks bombing with AM spy book Pan. Okay, so or in Lebanon, excuse me, Hot Dog Harry was there a week before this massive casualty of Marines blown up. And Israel could have prevented it. Now, this is the same story over and over again. Israel sets up our American troops to die for their benefit. And you're trying to tell me Hot Dog Harry was there a week before just delivering hot dogs and people were trying to kill him and everything just for delivering hot dogs? Doesn't make sense. Sounds like an intelligence asset. Sounds like a Mossad asset to me. So let's go to Hot Dog Harry here. Let me show you Hot Dog Harry first. So let me show you a picture here of Hot Dog Harry, Jamie's dad's friend, best friend. Here he is. And, of course, he's Jewish. And there he is rocking the CCCP, Soviet Union shirt. He also spent time in the Soviet Union as well. And you're trying to tell me he's not a Mossad asset? I mean, give me a break. So this is from Jamie's dad's book about Hot Dog Harry. So he was Barbara Streisand. This is before she was famous. He was he used to sell sewing machines, and he was going to repo her sewing machine. And she asked him if he's Jewish. And he said, of course, yes. Harry asked, Harry, work with me here. I won't let you down. And of course, he worked with her. Today, we know her as Miss James Brolin. That's right. The movie star, the legendary singer and producer, Miss Barbara Streisand. So, of course, he's Jewish, and he's working with other Jews. That just shows you how they operate. He met famous people like Trumpman Capote and Tennessee Williams when he was younger. A Jewish lawyer could help. Being a good Jew, that's what you do. He helped a Jewish lawyer get out of Havana, who helped him. And this was an interesting quote. Harry's life is blessed to have the right people come into it at just the right times. Now, that is because he's Jewish, and that's how it works for Jews. They help each other out. It's that simple. And one more quote from Michael Vernon's book, Jamie's Dad, about Hot Dog Harry. Harry explained when he was delivering a sewing machine to the Rothschilds that his parents used to know them in the old country. So Hot Dog Harry used to deliver things to the Rothschilds' house, and he said his parents used to know the Rothschilds in the old country. Interesting connection, Hot Dog Harry. Interesting connection. So let's just go through some of these pictures. This is from Jamie's dad's Facebook. So just to prove that it's his dad. Military family. Salute to my class, 1576, Battalion 2, Naz, Pensacola. That's his class. He is Navy. Michael Vernon, his father is Navy, and his base that he came out of specializes in information warfare. That's very interesting. And then Michael went on to create a radio station. There is the radio station. There's Hot Dog Harry. Hot Dog Harry. Some stuff about Hot Dog Harry. There he is. There he is again. Military family. Jamie, tagged him in it. So yeah, you get the idea here. That's who. There he is. There's Jamie and his father. So my question is, why does Rogan keep Jamie? Why is Jamie still producing the Joe Rogan podcast if he's not that good? Well, it's very simple. He comes from a military family. It's because of his military pedigree. Joe Rogan's podcast is an operation. It's not what you think it is. It's not organic. I had mentioned Bruce Damer before. And this is a very important, interesting connection. Now, this is a book from Howard Bloom, who is one of those intellectual dark web types. He hangs out with the same circles, and he's also involved in the counterculture. He claims that he is the one who actually started it. So let me play this clip real quick in reference to Howard Bloom.
Echo.
This is very important. This is a very important deception that these people are involved in.
Sunday at the National Space Society's annual event. I'm talking about China's new Silk Road versus America's highway in the sky. The new Silk Road, the Chinese government's going to put in.
So if you're unaware of the Belt and Road Initiative, the new Silk Road, unfortunately, I can't direct you to securing our interest. They used to have a wonderful website full of references and articles that you could really dive into it and understand that Israel, China, and Russia are taking over the trade, and it's going to be dictated from Israel in the center, like the old Clovis map. they're taking it over. The Belt and Road Initiative in America is nowhere in the picture. So nobody knows about the Belt and Road Initiative except for this guy. And you'll see what he's banking, what his solution for it is, but it's really a scam. It's a pipe dream to take away from us actually doing something to prevent this Belt and Road Initiative by creating a space economy. Okay, so that's like mining asteroids and things that are impossible. I promise you they're impossible. It can't happen. And it never will happen. It's a pipe dream that people are going to dump money into, and that money is going to be taken and funneled into other operations for the bigger plan, the Brave New World.
$1 trillion. It's a total of a $20 trillion project. It pulls together something like 66 countries and 3.3 billion people. And I co-founded and chaired something called the Asian Space Technology Summit in Kuala Lumpur last May, just about exactly a year ago. And it was obvious, being in Malaysia, that China has bought Malaysia's heart, that Americans don't count for much anymore because the Chinese are already spending money. They already own 15 to 20 ports. They own 15 to 20 ports. Piraeus, which is the port of Athens, the city that was the cradle of Western civilization, guess who owns it? The Chinese. And they're upgrading these ports to do things that no port we've ever seen before has been able to do. So because they have a big vision, a really big vision, they're going to dominate the 21st century.
Now, what he's leaving out is Israel is the main driver behind all this. And Russia benefits as well.
The
Soviet Union benefits as well.
Was the American century. This is going to be the Chinese century, unless we counter with an equally big vision. And the big visions are not coming from Donald Trump in Washington, D.C., or from senators and congressmen. They are coming from precisely the people you fingered. They're coming from Washington. They're coming from California. They're coming from Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, the two guys who can save us by opening a platinum highway in the sky. What does that mean? A platinum highway in the sky means a space economy.
Okay. To all those who have stimulated and sustained me, and then he includes Bruce Damer, and then like Timothy Leary is in here somewhere. A lot of the okay, so Howard Bloom talking on
the
a message
transhumanists is literally the DOD.
Now Bruce Damer is the one who introduced
like
Terrence McKenna to
Steve
virtual reality.
Jobs.
He's the one who set up the satellite on Terrence's house in Hawaii, etc. We've been talking about Bruce Damer, the shaman. Okay, so Howard Bloom
Just
talking
like
to Bruce
Zuckerberg.
Damer about, no, this is Channel 4. Richard Metzger from Disinfo.com. Disinfo.com. Channel 4, Disinfo.com. These are big connections here. So this is Disinformation, the company. That logo is actually interesting in itself. But let's look at key people here. Matt Staggs. Matt Staggs. Who is that? That's Joe Rogan's producer. Okay. Let's just pull that up real quick. Twitter. Now, here he is. This is Joe Rogan's talent booker, the guy behind the scenes. Okay? There's many guys behind the scenes with Joe Rogan, and this is one of them. And he is a key person with Disinfo, working with Bruce Damer, etc., working with Howard Bloom, Bruce Damer, etc. Channel 4. Now, what do we have under documentary films? Endgame, Blueprint for Global Enslavement. That is Alex Jones's film. Now, that Endgame title he took from Paul Valley, the guy I mentioned before with the future Soviet warfare theories. That was initially coined by him, that Alex Jones took from him. But it's interesting, we see Disinfo working with, right, Joe Rogan's talent booker, the guy behind the scenes, working with Alex Jones. Disinfo working with Alex Jones, as well as Channel 4. Now, Channel 4 worked with John Ronson. John Ronson is a guy who wrote The Men Who Stare at Goats. Now, this is an interesting connection here. John Ronson. So we're just tying us up with some military connections. John Ronson is the guy who Alex Jones snuck into Bohemian Grove with. So John Ronson, working with the BBC at that point, is the guy who snuck into Bohemian Grove with Alex Jones, which kickstarted him. So here we see Alex and John hanging out. Alex having John on his show. and Joe and John hang out, and Joe has John on his show. Okay, so are we seeing how these networks play in with each other? Now, Alex on his last podcast with Joe was talking about how they were in films 20 years ago together. They were in John Ronson's films for the BBC or Channel 4, right, working with Disinfo. Interesting name, right? And then you can go double check Matt Staggs. You can pull up his podcast for Disinfo. He's very interested in concussions, just like Joe is. Very interested in that. You know, I think he'd be interested in my story. You know, if he was somehow able to understand my history, I think he'd be very interested in my life story. But anyway, these two work together. And the men who stare at goats. Stubblebine thought that with enough practice, he could learn to walk through walls. With a brief encouragement by Lieutenant Colonel Jim Shannon, a Vietnam vet whose post-war experiences at such new age meccas as the Esalen Institute and Big Sur led him to found the first Earth Battalion, Warrior Monks, and Jedi Knights. So the men who stare at goats actually comes from the Esalen Institute. Again, we're seeing everything stem from the Esalen Institute. And then, of course, Alex Jones has Stubblebine on, because these are the kind of operations. What they really are Psyware operations. And this is an old email I had. Let me read this to you, because the men who stare at goats, it's a smokescreen is what it really is. Here we see John Ronson, the men who stare at goats. That is a smokescreen. Okay, it has nothing to do with army guys staring at goats to try to kill them. It's all about subconscious research. So, okay, so I quoted from a website. The men who stare at goats actually demonstrates this by briefly referencing MK Ultra as if it were shut down when the real program is demonstrated at the end of the film, where Kevin Spacey character is involved in private psyops to explicit cultural creation. So it's a shift. What we're seeing is a shift. So I say this is one of my favorite examples to use because it shows what force-fed programs ultimately end up becoming. Regardless of what you think about their origins, I personally think the quote staring at goats narrative is a cover, not a major project. The major projects were never ended. If you study Aquino, one of his favorite tactics is deflection. Example, it happened, but not like you think it did. It was really about staring at goats to see if you could kill them, not about thought architecture and mind control research. He would use this tactic by publishing papers via the Stanford Tavistock Institute. He would publish papers discrediting narratives like staring at goats or like the Stargate stuff, which ties in with all that. He would publish papers via Stanford, which is Tavistock, doing psychological research to deflect from the real programs that were going on. Say they're studying trickery, illusions, and ultimately how to deceive the human subconscious, mind/subconscious. Aquino says they're studying stage magic and spoon bending, which are often real, poorly funded programs, but they're only in place for cover, for a smokescreen. You really think the U.S. Army is going to dump funding into a spoon bending program for practical use? Of course not. They're cover stories. So there's a lot more information about these networks. I could continue to go on and on and on for hours, and I will in future videos, but I just wanted to get some of this information out there. In future videos, I'm going to be talking about the intellectual dark web, which ties into all this, the culture they're pushing. Like I said, the rising centrist movement, the Brave New World, that I'm going to continue to focus on, continue to put this out there because it's such a deception that needs to be highlighted. Not many people are aware of it. Not many people are in full understanding of it. So with that, I'll say goodbye and good luck.
But that was the last one he did?
No, that's just one of the only ones that survives from his original channel. But he made several videos after this and then started getting into like kind of like Tartarian antediluvian shit, you know?
Yeah,
and then he just he dropped off.
Yeah, they don't want. Yeah, dude. That's it, man. They don't want people leaving this place. That's it.
Nope.
Yeah.
Yep. But pretty heavy video for a young dude to like be that driven to do all that fucking research, man.
A lot of research.
Definitely some
Yeah,
autism power.
Thank you for sharing that, man.
Yeah. I'm surprised you haven't seen it. It's kind of like, I don't know.
I mean, it's been around for a while, but like we were saying, it's just not enough people have seen it. Not enough people have been.
Where's he from?
I don't really know, but if you look up his name, there's like a bunch of shit. Like people, there's a group that's been researching him for quite a while. The information's definitely out there, and it's pretty easy to find. But it's still, there's nothing concrete. You know, like he was found in his car with a bullet in his head. Like I said, and he didn't have a gun, so someone shot him.
His time.
As far as I remember. But if you're interested,
He's
you
a
can
man
definitely
ahead of his
find the
time
info.
for sure. Like we're
Yeah.
because
Seriously.
right now we're pretty much like going over everything he talked about right now. Like that's exactly what's going on, and everybody's only waking up to it now. And it's like the feds, they paid me a visit before COVID. I was like, oh, we gotta have a talking to. He's like, see this bat? See this right here? I was like, all right, dude. Don't y'all think you have a little bit too much power? He's like, oh, civilization, blah, blah, blah. Nonsense.
Yeah.
All right, we're hitting 5 hours. I didn't do a third of what I thought I was planning on doing, but I'm getting tired. We'll hit it all next week. But,
yeah, man.
we'll get some long videos tonight.
Yeah, I need that, man. I need it. What was his name again?
Matthew North.
Matthew North.
That's a good one, huh? Like for an hour long video, that's a lot of information to go through. And you should probably listen to it. You should probably watch it 2 or 3 more times.
Oh yeah,
I've seen it probably 8 or 9 times.
Where's it like going like
he's
Odyssey?
Probably seen it 3 or 4 times, huh?
Odyssey, BitChute or something.
I think that's where it used to be. I think you can find it around there. It's on my YouTube, but it should be in the Arc, really.
Oh well, yeah.
It's that good for sure. If we want to know what we're up against, you know.
Oh, big time. That goes
new age
deep.
hippies with money and
Because we're not that far
ATV
removed.
connections.
Like if you think about it, we're not really that far removed from these fucking scumbags. Like we're
obviously not. You know, you could call Bohemian Grove. We called them once.
Yeah.
You can call Esalen. You can go there. It's in NorCal. It's in Big Sur. It's just like weird that these places exist. A lot of weird hippie psyops going on in California. Always has been.
Oh yeah.
But we're gonna hit the sack.
All right, y'all. Get some rest.
Thanks for hanging
Cool
out
show.
as always.
Yeah, for sure.
Later, dude.
Great.
See you next
Thanks for
week.
having me. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For
Thanks
watching.
everyone. Remember to like and subscribe.
Yeah, like and subscribe.
Follow me on YouTube if you want at Light Occult Revival.
Revolver.
Not Light Occult Revolver. That's kind of cool though too. Light Occult Revival.
Velvet Occult Revolver.
Yeah. What?
All right. Lord.
Yeah, I'm on slopsquatch.com or slopsquatch on Telegram.
Oh yeah.
Slob Squatch.